Good morning and welcome to Finals Day for the 2023 Rotax Max Challenge Euro Winter Cup, being hosted by the Circuito Karting Campillos in southern Spain. My name's Alex Goldschmidt, your commentator for what is going to be an exciting finale, as all the build-up up until this point really sets itself in stone. A big thank you to those now watching on the official Rotax Max Challenge Euro Trophy YouTube channel. So yesterday we had 22 races taking place. And if you have already subscribed, there are over 270 of you that have subscribed. And after 5 minutes, you'll be enabled to be able to get involved in the chat on YouTube. Morning to Ilari Harmonen Kart Racing supporting the Finns. Ruben Van Zier saying good morning, Alex. Good morning, Ruben. So don't forget to get involved on the YouTube live stream in the comments and show your support. So we have now had a little bit of a briefing by our race director, Thomas Leiner, ahead of what will be a very, very exciting way to start off Finals Day. So also good to see Aslan Pacheco also joining the chat. A very good morning to you as well. 36 senior Rotax drivers will now compete for the final 6 positions on the pre-final and the final here today. And when the dust has settled and the racing has concluded, we will crown our 2023 Rotax Max Challenge Euro Winter Cup champions. So prizes up for grabs. The respective winners in all of the 5 classes competing will get a full season pass to this year's Euro Trophy season. Drivers doing the, well, it's a little bit windy in the air here at Campillos. As the drivers now get settled into their karts ahead of a 10-minute plus additional lap second chance heat. Limbering up there for Alejandro Samaniego, who will start in 12th position. And to Alejandro's immediate right-hand side, there's Elia Papacena from Italy. Arthur Robert for PKS Competition, also there as well. Archie Buttle in the 322, running with KR Sport. And, there's a familiar race helmet there. New lid for this year, Mats Johan Overhoff in the 355 for Kraft Motorsport. Come on, Mats, give us a wave. He didn't listen. He didn't hear me. That visor's all down. So 36 drivers will compete over 10 minutes plus an additional lap. Very shortly, we will be releasing the drivers from the dummy grid. And for the ranking after the heats yesterday, it was Zomor Kovac who was the highest placed driver out of the 30 that made it through. We had 75, 76 drivers, and 10 drivers would not be able to take part in the second chance heat, as we only have a maximum allowed capacity of 36 drivers on every single race. Time to take you through the first starting grid of the day. It's Senior Rotax, second chance heat. So, on the front row, it's Angus Scrivener and Paul Hamburg. Ollie Stevens and Lotus Tveen will be on row 2. Jamie Perrelli and Jens Christensen, row 3. Henry Beaumont and Yuri Tenhef, row 4. Andrea Kostic and Ed Harun rounding out the top 10. Andrei Petrovic, Alejandro Samaniego, Jaren Schultz, Gustav Zusakovs, Elia Papasena, Arthur Robin, Henki Kalteren due to join as well, along with Brandon Klein-Nagelvoort, Archie Buttle and Tom Bilou rounding out the top 20. Completing the 36-strong grid is Mohammed Wali from Kuwait, Korkorenik from Estonia, Mats Johan Overhoff, Ate Verta, Tonis Johannes Dominguez, Kamil Murad from Australia, Pablo Colomer, Anthony Bilou, Matteo Pianezola, Canada's Lucas Bernot, Pedro Arango from Colombia, Zino Falco from Germany, Shiraishi Itsumo from Japan, and a trio of French drivers rounding out the grid. Tom Vuaou, Bapti Schneider, and Lilian Richard. So all results called up here in the commentary box after every single race will be provisional pending any sporting and technical checks. As this is where it really does mean a lot to these drivers. And they will have to fight for another 11 minutes of racing to try and secure their place in the top 6, thereby proceeding to the pre-final stages this morning. The finals will take place after the lunch break, where the winners in each class will become the Winter Cup champions. And it all comes down to that final race. No points on offer for the championship. It's a one-off event. And with that comes the spoils of glory and also an entry to the 2023 Rotax Max Challenge Euro Trophy season. So Angus Scrivener from the UK and Paul Hamburg from Estonia controlling the rolling start. The anticipation for finals day is at an end. Out of the final corner, revs rise. Are we ready? Are we steady? The senior Rotax second chance heat is underway. Good start by Scrivener, who leads the field on the approach down into turn number 1. 2, 3 abreast as they are all jockeying for position. As they go up the hill for the first time, 2 abreast all the way up through turn 4 from around about 8th backwards. And it's still the case, even 3 abreast. It's a bit close for comfort, but they're all making it safely through. As now the field makes its way over turn number 8 at the crest of the hill, down through 9, side by side at certain points. But Scrivener still leads the way. Oh, someone's run a bit wide coming out of... And that might have been Jamie Perrelli. That was the case. The Brit has dropped down a few positions. He's got the 312 right behind him. Henry Beaumont. There's someone else trying to go around the outside. That would have been Yuri Tenhef from Germany. A gaggle of 5 carts battling over 5th position into turn number 16. But Scrivener comes out of the final corner. Will lead the field after lap number 1. Lotus Tveen battling away with Jens Christensen. That's the battle for 4th position, as there's an absolute swarm of at least 10 carts battling over 6th place, being led by Yuri Tenhef from Germany, who started to try and pull away, and someone's gone off the circuit. And that was off at turn number 4. And that driver is, well, literally kicked up the dust. He's having to rejoin, but having to wait for the entire field to go past before going back up to full speed. Meanwhile, at the front of the field, the top 3 have broken away. It's Scrivener, Stevens and Hamburg. And now up the inside of Yuri Tenhef. That was Lotus Tveen. And then also Ed Harun from Spain trying to get involved. Gets the cross, gets the over-under done. Gustav Zusakovs is also in the mix there as well. And now the 2 drivers in 4th and 5th position. Jens Christensen and Lotus Tveen are catching, but now look at the squabble. It's 3 wide coming out of the final corner. And the 389 of Jaren Schultz from Israel has to take avoiding action. Whilst they're battling away, Usakovs is trying to get through, can't get past the 386 who runs wide. Usakovs was very, very quick through turn number 7, but unable to squeeze through the gap that presented itself. But now they go down the hill again. 7 minutes and 20 seconds plus an additional lap still to go. And as soon as Usakovs gets past Harun, which he does now through turn number 12, the Spaniard is saying, come on, let's push. Well, they've got an opportunity to do so, as now there's going to be a change for the lead at the front of the field. Ollie Stevens gets through on Angus Scrivener for turn 16 for the race lead. Now Usakovs needs to start catching up to Henry Beaumont, who's currently sitting in 6th position. And there is a 5-second penalty coming. That's going to the 330. That's Lotus Tveen. Lotus Tveen gets hit with a 5-second time penalty for pushing. Henki Kaltonen, unfortunately, a non-starter. Jamie Perrelli's weekend, unfortunately, has come to an abrupt end for the 392 from Essex. So now, this changes everything. Looking at where Lotus Tveen is, in comparison with Gustav Usakovs, if she stays 5 seconds ahead, then that means she will proceed through to the next stage of the competition. Kamal Murad having a nice little move up the inside of Mohammed Wali through into turn number 12. So the Australian gets through on the Kuwaiti driver. As we have got a yellow flag going towards turn number 16. Ollie Stevens' lead is starting to extend somewhat, but only fractionally. 0.2 of a second between him and Angus Scrivener. Paul Hamburg, Lotus Tveen and Jens Christensen round out the top 5. Gustav Usakovs, however, has been pushing like crazy to try and catch up with Henry Beaumont, and that has started to work. Andrija Kostic is also now the latest casualty. The Serbian now has pulled off the circuit, and the 321 will not take any further part in the second chance heat. Half of the race completed, 5 minutes to go. Top 5 last time around were covered by just over a second. And looking at the gap between Lotus Tveen and Gustav Usakovs, that's currently at around about, well, last time around it was 4.3 seconds. Now it's 4.1 and closing. So, unfortunately, retirements from Andrija Kostic and Jamie Perrelli on laps 2 and 1 respectively. Anthony Bellew has dropped down to the bottom of the order, and there's some, oh my goodness, through turn number 6. There was someone pointing the wrong way. I think it might have been someone from PKS Competition on the Gillard chassis. Looks like Anthony Bellew has dropped down the order, as now Gustav Usakovs takes 6th on the road from Henry Beaumont. But what they need to start doing with just under 4 minutes to go is to push forward. That is more important than trying to battle each other for position, even though where you finish in the second chance heat determines whether you start 31st or down to 36th position on the grid later on. Lead between Stevens and Scrivener now extends to nearly half a second as Usakovs and Beaumont are within that window to qualify for the pre-finals and the finals. Usakovs had dramas in qualifying on Friday afternoon, has fought his way back up the order, and he's not just done that as a junior, he's now done that this weekend as a senior. So the Carlton driver, with regards to the 359 from Latvia, now seems to be in very, very good harmony. Usakovs is pulling away from Henry Beaumont, and it is Anthony Bellew that will be out of this race on lap number 4. Usakovs is the fastest one out there, 1 minute 3.273 from the youngster, based out of Larkfield in the United Kingdom these days, but still regularly goes back to Latvia to compete. So with 2 minutes and 10 seconds still to go on the timer. Things seem to have stabilised at the front end of the field. And looking at the times that Usakovs has put in, well, in comparison with Jens Christensen, took over nearly 4.5 tenths of a second out of the Dane on the previous lap. Usakovs a 1 minute 3.350. Jens Christensen a 1 minute 3.793. Angus Scriven has just put in a personal best the previous lap around. As we go on to lap number 9. 1.5 minutes plus an additional lap remains on the timer. Black and white warning flag going to the 313 of Ahti Virta from Finland. And a very good morning to Jan Schwitter, wishing everyone a nice finals day. That's the spirit, that's what we like here in the Rotax racing community. Leaders go up to the top of the hill at turn 8, now down the roller coaster. Well, effectively, Campillos' answer to Laguna Seca's corkscrew. Jens Christensen is right behind Lotus Tveen and decides to pull the trigger. Goes up the inside of the 330 from Denmark. And also looks like an impending retirement for Elia Papacena from Italy. Not a great weekend for the Italian, who started in this second chance heat in 14th place. But now the gap is starting to extend between first, second and third, and then back down to fourth and fifth. And Usakovs is on an absolute tear at the moment. 1 minute 3.488 from the Latvian. Lotus Tveen's previous lap was a 1 minute 4.140. The way things stand at the moment, this will probably put Lotus Tveen down to 8th position as the timer now hits 0. 10 minutes are up. As we're on to lap number 10. We've got one more lap after this. And Usakovs takes the calmest look over his left shoulder. Knows that he's left Henry Beaumont behind him in his wake. But Beaumont is still within that window as Harun and the 322 of Archie Buttle continue to battle. That is over 9th place. One more lap to go in the second chance heat. Ollie Stevens now has just over a 10.5 second advantage over Angus Scrivener from Hunter Motorsport. Paul Hamburg in 3rd place. Jens Christensen in 4th. Lotus Tveen on the road is 5th, but will have a subsequent 5-second time penalty for pushing. Gustavs Usakovs is only 3.8 seconds off the leader now in 6th place. And Henry Beaumont is still within that window. He's about 4.3 seconds behind Lotus Tveen in 5th place. Down the mid part of the mid straightaway go the top 6, and then also the remainder of the top 10 to 12. But one more corner remains out of the final turn. From Dan Holland Racing, the UK's Ollie Stevens wins the second chance heat in seniors. Angus Scrivener for Hunter Motorsport takes second. Paul Hamburg from Talvar Racing, who's actually, funnily enough, under the same awning as Scrivener and Usakovs to boot, takes 3rd. Jens Christensen takes 4th. Lotus Tveen on the road takes 5th. With Gustavs Usakovs 6th, Henry Beaumont in 7th. Andrej Petrovic, the Serbian, making it all the way up to 8th at the flag ahead of Harun and Archie Buttle. Just waiting. And Lotus Tveen will not proceed through to the pre-final and final stages. So Gustavs Usakovs and Henry Beaumont provisionally are the remaining of the top 6 drivers that will go through to the pre-final and the finals here today. Matteo Pianizzola, Tom Bilou, Mats Johan Overhoff, Mohamed Wali, Yuri Tenhef, Lucas Pernod, Brandon Klein-Nagelvoort, Kamal Murad, Lilian Richard, Alejandro Samaniego ran at the top 20. Colombia's Pedro Arango, Tonis Johannes Tumingas, Baptiste Schneider, Kao Korenik, Tom Vuau ran at the top 25. Shiraishi Itsumo from Japan, 26th, ahead of Pablo Colomer from Spain, Israel's Yarin Schultz, and Germany's Zino Falke being the last of the classified finishers, 29 in total that made it to the end of 11 laps of racing. Henki Kalteren, a non-starter, and we had retirements from Ate Virta, Elia Papasena, Arthur Robin, Anthony Bilou, Andrea Kostic, and Jamie Perrelli. So the drivers being given an understanding of what the race director Thomas Liner wanted in terms of starting the race itself. With the 30-second board, the wait was finally over for finals day to begin, as 36 senior road tax drivers would go out for their second chance to qualify for the pre-final and the final. The lights went out and Angus Scrivener led the field, heading into turn 1 down the extensively long start-finish straight. Ollie Stevens would then slot into second position and start to give chase, with the likes of Paul Hamburg, Jens Christensen and quite a few others trying to get through. Also, this touch here saw Jamie Perrelli have his first off-track excursion, where he looked like he was rallycrossing as opposed to karting. Then Lotus Tveen would get past countryman Jens Christensen through turn 1 and move up to 4th position. However, the young Dane would end up having a 5-second time penalty for pushing added in the race. Also, the 3:21 was showing good pace in the form of Andrea Kostic battling away with Yuri Tenhef, as the 3:12 of Henry Beaumont went through, but Jamie Perrelli, after a second excursion, frustrated and parked it in the dummy grid. The body language quite clear to see that there was disappointment for the Brits. More side-by-side action as everyone proceeded up the hill. And then this little moment, which involved the 3:17 of Arthur Robin, going through turns 5, 6 and 7. Some overtaking happening up and down the order, including the likes of the 333 of Canada's Lucas Pernod, who made up a few places in the meantime. And then this move meant that Jens Christensen would get back past Lotus Tveen through turn 12 with the left rear wheel going up into the air as he turned in to the braking zone. Also, Archie Buttle showing some good moves out on the circuit, battling away with Spain's Er Harun in the 386 for ALC Motorsports. But the checkered flag waved and Ollie Stevens, Angus Scrivener, Paul Hamburg, Jens Christensen, Gustav Zusarkovs and Henry Beaumont provisionally head through to the pre-final stage of the Rotax Max Challenge Winter Cup for Senior Rotax. So we now have a short respite until about 20 past 11, which is just 20 minutes from now, where we'll commence the pre-final stages of the 2023 Rotax Max Challenge Winter Cup here at Circuito Karting Campillos in Andalusia in southern Spain. Well, good to see some of the Minimax contingent either giving a peace sign or waving to the camera, our mobile camera downstairs. The wind has significantly picked up in the interim period between the between the second chance heat. Now, also, just to see, Jan Schwitter asks, is there any news that can be shared with regards to Lawrence Seyfried? Well, I did speak to Lawrence yesterday. He is on crutches. I did wish him get well soon, but he is okay. So, but we're about to get underway with our first of 4 pre-finals. as Minimax will be up first. So here we go, your first pre-final of the 2023 Rotax Max Challenge Winter Cup. Grid is as follows for Minimax. Jacob Ashcroft, unstoppable so far this weekend, will once again line up on pole position. Denny Babicek will be alongside him once again on the front row. Felipe Reyes and Cole Denham will be on row 2. Nikita Lubimov and defending Winter Cup champion Albert Friend will be on row 3. Finley Lines and Jeremy Roivers will be on row 4 with Charles Kitely and Afonso Lopez rounding out the top 10. And good to see Sean Butcher, last year's Euro Trophy senior Rotax, wishing everyone at KR Sport the very best of luck. Good to hear from you, Sean. Hope Australia's treating you well at the minute. Rounding out the top 20, it's Jensen Chalk, Boris Verhaag, Oliver Majewski, Tom Reed, Rory Armstrong, Shibazaki Mikoto, João Pereira, Isaac Barker, Ethan Griffiths and Sam Mott. Daniel Minto, Hugo Fuentes, Iago Lempen from Peru, Sigurd Stubberud from Denmark, Jack Freeman, Daniel Ferreira, Max Gilman, Kieran Stewart, Unto Olavi Lakonen and South Korea's Min Jae Kim rounding out the top 30. Completing the 34-strong grid, it's Ryan Gandor, Nathan Kappen, Amelie Davey and Francisco Lopez. So we up the ante, folks. It was 7 minutes plus an additional lap each race yesterday for the heats. Now, more of a strategy comes into play with 11 minutes now set on the timer, plus 1 additional lap. So the drivers now into formation ahead of the start lights going out. Ashcroft on pole, Babicek alongside. Out of the final turn, revs rise. Are we ready? Are we steady? Lights for our first time, here we go. As the drivers make their way down in towards turn number 1, Ashcroft leads the way. As they go through into turns 2 and 3, up the hill through 4, to the next left-hander at 5. All trying their very best to keep it on the black stuff. 3 wide coming out of turn number 6, around about 5th to 7th position. 2 wide going through at the top of the hill at turn 8. Felipe Reyes is now in 2nd position. Denny Babicek down in 6th. And it's the pairing of Nikita Lubimov and Albert Friend that now are in the top 4. Finley Lines in 5th. Then it's Babicek. Then looks to be Cole Denham that rounds out the top 7. Plenty of overtaking, nearly 3 wide. Going through turn 16, Boris Verhaag looking to make some moves up the order as well. But after lap 1, it's Jacob Ashcroft that leads from Felipe Reyes. The gap between them nearly 0.3 of a second. Albert Friend now ahead of Lubimov up into P3. Max Gilman and Min Jae Kim have made their way up the order. And now Nikita Lubimov now gets the position back from Finley Lines. As all, that was a bit close there for Denny Babicek. trying to go through on turn 7 on the 194 from Dan Holland Racing. Cole Denham right behind the 115 as they go back down the hill. And our first penalty of the race has been issued. The 121, Jeremy Roivers has just been hit with the 3-second time penalty for 2 wheels outside of the tram lines. But Finley lines being closed in on by Denny Babacek. Babacek tried to look to the inside. And Cole Denham is pretty much there or thereabouts. Babacek now pulls the trigger, gets past Finley lines. So does Cole Denham in the 162. Charles Kitely in the 164 is not that far behind them in 8th position. As Babacek, Denham and Lines are literally inseparable going through turns 1, 2 and 3. Now into lap number 3 of this race, and Ashcroft has been very much calm and cool all the way through taking pole position in time qualifying and through all 3 heats where no one has gotten close to the youngster from Weston-super-Mare in the United Kingdom. But keep your eyes on the 3 behind him. Felipe Perez, Albert Friend and Nikita Lubimov are trying to close down on the 122 from Dan Holland Racing. Aslan Pacheco giving his support for Denny Babacek, who currently sits in 5th position. Both he and Cole Denham have pulled away from Finley lines. Rory Armstrong has done a very good job so far. The youngster from Downpatrick, County Down, now up into 9th place and climbing. Half a second nearly separates 1st and 2nd position. So Ashcroft is starting to pull away. Cole Denham has the fastest lap in the pocket. 1 minute 8.094. As the youngster in the 162 currently occupies 6th position. Some battles a little bit further down the order, including the likes of Isaac Barker. Daniel Minto's managed to get his way up a little bit further through the order. He currently sits in 20th position behind Jeremy Roivers. But Ashcroft has definitely kept his calm and is controlling proceedings. But a little bit further up the order, drivers are still making their moves, including Jensen Chalk. Boris Verhaag looks up the inside of the 136 of the UK's Tom Reed and gets the switch back through turn 7. And that was the place where we did see yesterday in one of the heats that Boris Verhaag put 2 wheels on the grass going round the outside of Charles Kitely, and the Dutchman ended up backwards. Albert Friend, in the meantime, has now gotten up into 2nd position, has got through on Felipe Perez from the Netherlands, and now will start to push. He's got to start bringing the train with him. AMU Motorsport cheering for Jacob Ashcroft at the moment. And Albert Friend trying to keep himself ahead of Felipe Perez. If he can start pulling those drivers along with him, there are another 3 of them. Felipe Perez, Nikita Lubimov, and Denny Babacek. We're over the halfway point of the race. Looks like there was a black and white flag for the 119. And that is Daniel Minto. So the gap has started to extend as Cole Denham still holds the fastest lap, but both Jacob Ashcroft and Albert Friend were lapping within 2/100ths of each other. The gap now 0.88 of a second. As time of the timer on the pre-final is starting to count down. And remember, folks, that the results, the official results from the pre-final determines the grid for the final this afternoon. Albert Friend still lapping pretty much the same as Jacob Ashcroft. Ashcroft knows exactly what he has to do, doesn't have to over-pressurize himself, just keep it calm, cool and collected. I know his dad Barry is probably chomping his fingernails to the quick. As now Denny Babacek has got through on Nikita Lubimov. Up to fourth goes the Czech Republic driver. And for Kian de Brandt, the DD2 and the DD2 race this morning will take place at 12:20. For those wondering, the timetable is in the description for the live stream. Now, those are the current times, but now, keeping an eye on what's happening a little bit further back, Jensen Chalk and Finley Lines are in the thick of the action, round towards the bottom part of the top 10. And now we're getting a notification on the DigiFlag. The 117 gets a 5-second time penalty. So that is going to be South Korea's Min Jae Kim down in 29th. As Albert Friend is still trying to close in the gap to Jacob Ashcroft, but at the moment that gap looks to be extending. The best part of nearly a second now between the two Brits. And Min Jae Kim gets a 5-second time penalty for pushing. With 2 minutes still on the timer to go. Ashcroft pretty much looks unassailable at this point. And the gap now extends to just a fraction over a second. So Felipe Reyes looking to try and see if he can put himself on the front row for the final this afternoon. But he's got an obstacle in his way, and that is the 191 of Strawberry Racing's Albert Friend. Denny Babacek and Nikita Lubimov running in tandem as well, with regards to 4th and 5th, respectively. Cole Denham holding on to 6 at the minute. A little bit further back, Charles Kitely and Finley Lines are 7th and 8th. Then it's Jensen Chalk and Rory Armstrong who round out the top 10. We're going to go on to the penultimate lap of this race. Lap 10 with 40 seconds on the clock still to go. Albert Friend has taken a small fraction out of the lead from Jacob Ashcroft. The 10 seconds on the timer remains. Ashcroft leads the field down towards turn number 12. Denny Babacek still has Nikita Lubimov in close proximity from the rear bumper. Sometimes it's about just getting through this race and then putting it all on the line for the final later on. Timer has expired. And this time around, Jacob Ashcroft once again, for what will be the 4th race in succession, will be the first driver to see the last lap board. 1.58 kilometres to negotiate before the checkered flag is waved for the 2nd time today. Unfortunately, it looks like we have had a retirement in the form of Kieran Stewart. It's not been a good weekend, unfortunately, for the number 116 representing the United Kingdom. But the final lap is coming to its inevitable conclusion. Albert Friend has been closing the gap slowly but surely, and last time around put in the fastest lap, a 1 minute 8.059. But just the back straightaway to go, and then a further 3 corners. But once again, he has been the unstoppable force in this class all weekend long. And Jacob Ashcroft hurtles his way towards the checkered flag and wins the Minimax Pre-Final ahead of Albert Friend, who has done a fantastic job to get to the position he is now, which puts him on the front row for tomorrow's final. Started 6th, finished in 2nd. Felipe Reyes started 3rd, finished in 3rd. Denny Babacek and Nikita Lubimov rounded out the top 5 places, with Cole Denham, Charles Kitely, Finley Lines, Rory Armstrong and Boris Verhaag rounding out the top 10. Jensen Chalk, Jeremy Roivers, Tom Reed, Oliver Majewski, Afonso Lopez, Shibazaki Mikoto, Zigurd Stuberup, Joao Pereira, Ethan Griffiths and Peru's Iago Lempen round out the top 20. Isaac Barker, Hugo Fuentes, Jack Freeman, Sam Mott, Max Gilman, Daniel Ferreira, Ryan Gandor from Canada, Min Jae Kim, Amelie Davey, Unto Olavi Lakonen, Nathan Kappen, Daniel Minto and Francisco Lopez are the last of the 33 out of 34 classified finishers. And on lap number 8, we unfortunately lost Kieran Stewart to a retirement. So we take a look back at the highlights from the Minimax Pre-Final. There's Jensen Chalk, the newly crowned Dubai O-Plate winner from earlier on this year. There's Jeremy Roivers, very much talking to people surrounding him, probably including his dad Martin. Jacob Ashcroft, the driver that has been unassailable, untouchable this weekend, but then the drivers will then make their way out of the dummy grid and head out onto the 1,580-metre circuit at Karting Campillos. The revs would start to build, the Rotax Max Evo engines would roar into life as everyone was at full racing speed as the lights went out for the Minimax Pre-Final. Ashcroft once again got a textbook lightning fast start with being followed into turn number 1 by the 107 of Felipe Reyes. 3-4 abreast at one point going through turn number 1 for the opening time as Nikita Lubimov was trying to make some moves, so was Finley Lines, who nearly ended up a bit sideways through turn 5 at one point during the race. Multiple overtakes up and down the order, a customary part and parcel of Minimax competition, with even Boris Verhaag trying to get his elbows out on the 136 of Tom Reed. But once again, it's 4 races in a row for a very victorious Jacob Ashcroft, with the likes of Albert Friend and Felipe Reyes being his closest competitors, along with Denny Babacek and Nikita Lubimov, as the final is set to take place later on today. Now we turn our attention to the Junior Rotax Pre-Final for the Rotax Max Challenge Winter Cup here at Campillos. Let's have a look at your starting grid. The ranking after the heat saw Spain's Nikita Nikishov take pole position for the pre-final. Joining the Spaniard on the front row is the UK's Thomas Behrman. Sebastian Mins has been in the thick of the action as well, along with Casper Schormans, with the pair completing row 2. Timo Jungling and Thijs van Wijk round out the top 3 rows, with Armand Hamilton, Alberto Kiko Fracassi, Thomas Ingram Hill and Nemanja Jovanovic rounding out the top 10. Noah Janssen, Tom Sörler, Max Cuthbert, Domi Kakkonen, Boaz Maximov, Cameron Nelson, Alvaro Jimenez. Rasmus Koskinen. Then we got Oliver Sander and Charlie Neve rounding out the top 20. Completing the full 36-strong grid is going to be as follows. Sebastian Koch, Jack West, Kieran Bartenstein, Sky Parker, Timothy Vladimirov, Raymond Banzel, Olivier Jonkers, Oliver Kerg, Julian Kovacevic, Jimmy Kokalainen, Thomas Rudokas, Viti Väinänen, Jo Kaspar Joipere, Santeri Laitinen, Santiago Medina and Marius Karsiaukas. Looks like Santeri Laitinen may not be taking any further part in this weekend, as the Finn has not broken the timing beam. As with the Mini-Max division, it will be 11 minutes plus an additional lap of racing. So it's an all KR Sport front row. Here we go. Nikishov and Mins on the front, Behrman on the front row. Here we go. Lights are out. We are underway. As they hurtle the way down into turn number 1. It's 3 abreast at the bottom part of the top 5. And there has been a coming together through turn number 3. And it's caught out another couple of carts. 2 in the wall, one of which is 2.65, Timo Jungling. And the other one is 2.38. That is Tom Sörler. It all came to a head early doors, and Timo Jungling was on the outside going through into turns 1 and 2. And, now someone was having a bit of a moment there. That was more than likely the 2.60 of Charlie Neve that might have gotten caught up in all of that. But at the front of the field, things are looking very, very rosy indeed for the pair of Nikita Nikishov and Sebastian Mins. It's 3 wide into turn 16. And there's a bit of avoidance there from Thomas Behrman, who manages to keep out of the way. Quick reflexes from the 2.59 from Chelmsford. And now has got Boaz Maximov for close company. Looks like Schormans and Van Wijk are going to be working together to try and close up to those in front. And Behrman now finally gets through. That opens the floodgates behind. So there might have been a change of position between himself and Boaz Maximov and the 2.30 from Buvin Power. There's one driver that has gone through. That's Cameron Nelson in the 2.41. Looks like Jack West has made some good progress as well. He started 22nd. He's now rounding out the top 15. And it's getting a bit... it's nearly 4 abreast going into turn 13. There's not enough room for that to happen. You can probably have 2 or 3 carts going into that sweeping right-hander. And now it's Sebastian Mins that has taken the race lead from Spain's Nikita Nikishov. And also there is a time penalty going to Thijs van Wijk, who will get a 3-second time penalty added post-race for 2 wheels outside of the tram lines on the start. Mins and Nikishov are inseparable. Leading the charge behind is the UK's Thomas Ingram Hill, who's now got Casper Schormans trying to go up his inside through into turn 7. But Ingram Hill keeps it pinned through 8. Down the hill they go once again. There is some battling a little bit further back, which will involve the likes of Boris Maximov, Max Cuthbert, amongst others. Well, there is Cameron Nelson, who has been passed by Boris Maximov. Alvaro Jimenez is factoring into that fight too. Oliver Sander has also been making some headway, getting past Olivier Yonkers, but the Belgian returns the favour through the very next right-hander. Max Cuthbert gets overtaken by, more than likely, Nemanja Jovanovic going through turn 16. But it's 65 thousandths after lap number 3 between the two leaders. Nikita Nikishov not wanting to let Sebastian Mins scarper away into the distance. And whilst that's all happening, as the leaders make their way over the crest of the hill through turn number 8 and down the hill and into turns 9 and 10, Thomas Behrmann is closing in on the 3 in front. The 259 from KR Sport currently rounding out the top 6 positions. Four minutes down, 7 to go, plus an additional lap. As Van Wijk looks up the inside of Ingram Hill, through into turn 16. But if he keeps on battling away like that, well, he's going to be dropped back for a further 3 seconds post-race. But he's got to watch behind him because Thomas Behrmann is closing. And Sebastian Mins did just set the fastest lap of the race, but Thomas Behrmann goes in and goes faster than anybody. 1 minute 4.669. Thomas's older brother Oliver, currently testing in Bahrain for the FIA Formula 2 Championship this year and is also part of the Ferrari Driver Academy. He's also competed for KR Sports in international and domestic karting competition. So younger brother trying to follow in the footsteps of old big bro, and has done a fantastic job this weekend so far. Nikishov now retakes the lead. Mins in second, as it's getting a bit heated between Van Wijk and Ingram Hill through turn number 12, and Behrmann is there. Behrmann is there, trying to go through into 13 and 14. And Behrmann sends it. And there's a touch between Van Wijk and Ingram Hill, and Behrmann is through. Not quite yet. He actually held back coming out of turn 16 and into turn 17. So Behrmann wanted to do the move on track cleanly. Good sense of sportsmanship for Thomas. Over the halfway point we go, and now into turn 5. A lunge up the inside on Ingram Hill by Behrmann, and the 259 gets through. That's for 5th position. And that'll actually de facto be 4th because of Van Wijk's 3-second time penalty. And so Timo Jungling did retire on the opening lap, so he's got to start from the rear of the field. Tom Sveller is circulating, but is a long, long way back from the next place driver, which is Sky Parker. And hang on a second. Now, there's somebody off at turn 9. Somebody's off at turn number 9. I can see a race helmet just over the side barriers, so someone else has gone off. Marshall now going to the scene, and Marshall posts 5 and 6 are brandishing yellow flags. That is the 273 Karsiauskas from Lithuania. That side pod looks a bit more second-hand, and that bumper is askew. And there is also one of the Estonians, so that could be Oliver Kerg that's also gone out at the same time. So whether they've come together, not 100% sure. So no overtaking down the hill from turns 8 and 9, or turn 9. Now Van Wijk gets passed by Behrmann, who goes up into 4th position on the road. And it's a battle at the front of the field. Kasper Schormans has started pulling closer and closer to Sebastian Mins and Nikita Nikishov. Schormans in the meantime, and there is now a full course yellow with just under 3.5 minutes remaining. So drivers will now have to slow down. No overtaking permitted at any point. So this will close up the field. And you know what this means for Thomas Behrmann in 4th position? It gives him an opportunity, but not just him, because this is going to be an absolute freight train as the field will close up. So very shortly we'll have a single file restart, and then there will be no overtaking permitted until they cross the start-finish line. It'll be Nikishov from Mins, Shormans, Behrmann, Van Wyk, who will have a 3-second time penalty post-race, Ingram Hill, Maximov, Janssen, Jimenez, Jovanovic rounding out the top 10. Okay, 2 minutes to go. Nikita Nikishov leads the field out of the final corner. They wait. Green flag waves. We're back under full course green flag racing. And Nikishov leads the field into turn number 1. Up the hill on what is now lap number 9. And Behrmann is waiting to strike. Shorman's looking to try and get past Mins. Mins goes for the lead up the inside of Nikishov through turn number 5. And Mins goes defensive. Nikishov tried to sweep to the outside. Shormans is looking for the move up the inside, through into turn 8. Down the hill they go once again. It's about who's going to be the bravest of the brave right now, because when it's confirmed what the results will be, we will find out who will be on the front row of the grid. Shormans makes himself a little bit more poised in terms of the overtake he just did on Nikita Nikishov. Behrmann still has a chance to get himself into the top 3, and he's going for it now. Through turn 16, backs out of the move, but then looks to switch up the inside of turn 17, but Nikishov anticipated it. 2 more laps to go, including this one. Sebastian Mins frantically looking over his right shoulder to see where Shormans is, and he's right there with him. 0.134 of a second separating the top 2. Mins goes defensive again through turn 5, now into the left at 6. The right at 6, now into 7. Mins ever so close to touching a left rear wheel onto the dust, but keeps away from it. And there is further drama. Marshall running to the scene just off of the exit of turn number 6. Driver out of the cart is fine. And now Nikita Nikishov fancies an opportunity to get through. Time now expires. 1 more lap after this. So Mins will lead the field out of turn 17 and 18 as Nikishov goes side by side through 17 on Shormans. Now the last lap for the pre-final is underway. Gap between the top 4, just over half a second. Ingram Hill a second off the leader, up the hill. Through into turn number 5. Mins using that sweep around towards the far part, the outside part of the approach into turn 5. It's nearly 3 abreast, a little bit further back. Mins trying to carry the momentum through turn 8. Shorman's waiting in the wings to see if he can get through and then take the lead. And now it's a dogfight, an absolute dogfight, because Mins might have a bit more breathing room. He does, as now Nikishov looking up the inside through into turn 13 on Shormans. And now Behrmann's getting through. Thomas Ingram Hill hits the back right of Nikita Nikishov, and there's Boris Maximov. This has given Sebastian Mins the opportunity he needed to get away. And the 277 from the United Kingdom now will exit the final corner. It's Sebastian Mins that goes in with the advantage into the final later on this afternoon. And he wins from Kasper Schürmanns by nearly 0.7 of a second. Thomas Behrmann with an audacious last attempt maneuver through the inside of Nikita Nikishov rounds out the top three. Nikishov would take fourth ahead of Boris Maximov, Thomas Ingram Hill, Thijs van Wijk, who will get a 3-second time penalty, and that will dump him outside of at least... That's going to put him outside of the top 15. So Boris Maximov in 5th, Ingram Hill 6th, Alvaro Jimenez up to 7th at the end of the race, Cameron Nelson, Noah Janssen, Jack West, good effort from the youngster from 22nd to round out the top 10. Nemanja Jovanovic, Alberto Kiko Fracassi, Armand Hamilton, Max Cuthbert, Thijs van Wijk, Oliver Sander, Rasmus Koskinen, Julian Kovacevic, Jol Kasper Joipera, and Sebastian Koch ran out the top 20. Completing the finishing order would be the following drivers: Thomas Rudokas, Arman Bansal, Tom Sörler, Sky Parker, Timothy Vladimirov, Victor Väinänen, Charlie Neve, Jimmy Kokalainen, Santiago Medina, Domi Kakkonen, Olivier Jonkers, Charlie Neve. Well, Charlie Neve gets demoted due to a 5-second time penalty from race control for causing a collision. And Kieran Bartenstein would retire on lap 9. Marius Karsiaukas would retire on lap 5, having come together. And Timo Jungling would be the biggest casualty, being out after turn 3 on lap 1, with Santeri Laitinen not getting to the start. And Aislinn Pacheco is Thomas Oliver's relative. Yes, he is. He's the younger brother of Oliver Behrmann, running with Prima in FIA Formula 2. Well, let's have a look at the highlights. Well, the Junior Rotax Pre-Final got underway. Nikishov had the advantage, going through into the opening corner. But there was drama afoot, as a little bit of a touch meant that Timo Jungling will not just get hit once, but then also come into contact with somebody else, and that meant the youngster from London would find his race over very, very quickly indeed. And it also collected the 2:38 in the process of Tom Sörler from Latvia, who would get back up and running. Overtakes were plentiful, and also close contact was de rigueur in this race. Alvaro Jimenez made significant strides forward, having started 17th on the grid. Same for Boris Maximov, with also the likes of the 2:41 of Cameron Nelson being able to showcase his joie de vivre here today. Thomas Behrmann was on the move all the way through the race, and also managed to make his way up through past multiple drivers, including Thomas Ingram Hill and Thijs van Wijk over the course of the race, like with this one he did on the 2:46 through turn 12. But then more dramas a little bit later on, with a full course yellow with about 3 minutes and 30 still to go, and with 2 minutes remaining, the green flag got things back underway once again, with the top 4 very, very close indeed. But this move here through turn 5 meant that Sebastian Minz was able to control proceedings. Kasper Schürmanns definitely wanted to have a piece of the action and got through on Nikishov to take second. Behrmann was waiting in the wings, but then Kieran Bartenstein had a drama on the penultimate lap of the race. But this move here from Thomas Behrmann gives him an opportunity to compete with both Schürmanns and Minz in the final later on today. But Minz still being able to keep pulling away, whilst the others nearly lost their heads in the process. So here is your grid for the pre-final for senior Rotax. We now have, out of 76 drivers, 36. And here is your grid. So Zsombor Kovac will start from pole position. Matthew Higgins will be alongside. Then it will be Kai Hilletz and Lewis Gilbert. Devian Hurst and David Altlechner, row 3. Petra Babichkova and Kai Hunter, row 4. Row 5, completing the top 10, will be Archie Walker and last year's Junior Rotax European champion, Ethan Jeff Hall. Austin Lee and Miska Kaskinen will be on row 6, ahead of Colin Vashni, Matis Turlo, Vic Stevens, Tobias Clausen, Montego Maassen, Nevio Fischer, Janis Diak and Jules Roussel. Alberto Hurtado, Hugo Latorre Vega, William Christensen, Dion van Verven, Laurent Legault, Camille McFarlane, Jort van Wyk, Tommy van der Sloys, Marceau Lecruy, Sverre Ubben complete the top 30. The 6 drivers making it through from the second chance heat earlier on: Ollie Stevens, Angus Scrivener, Paul Hamburg, Jens Christensen, Henry Beaumont, and Latvia's Gustavs Usakovs. So yesterday's heat winners were Zsombor Kovac, Austin Lee, Lewis Gilbert, Matthew Higgins, Kai Hunter, and also Ethan Jeff Hall, with Kovac, Gilbert, Higgins and Hunter all winning 2 heats apiece. Now we go from 10 minutes plus an additional lap to 14 minutes plus an additional lap. So the drivers now making their way through the 18th and final corner. The senior Rotax pre-final gets ready and now builds speed. Lights are out. We are racing. Down into turn number 1, and Higgins and Kovac go side to side, and Higgins looked to the outside through turn 2, but the Hungarian kept himself on the racing line. And Kai Hilletz already trying to make good his intentions, and now he's put himself up from 8th. Looks to be in 6th position for the youngster from Belgium, as there has been a coming together up the hill, going through turn number 4. One cart sitting by the sidelines, I'm afraid, might be from DHR. There's another driver as well, and that's on the outskirts of the left-hander going through into turn 3. Driver walking away from the cart under their own steam. But there has been a change of the lead. Matthew Higgins leads the way. Zsombor Kovac, look, well, it may not be. I'm just going to keep my eyes out for who's going to come through the final corner first. It is Matthew Higgins, Zsombor Kovac, Petra Babičková, David Outlechner, and Archie Walker ran at the top 5. Kai Hillets in 6. Austin Lee, Colin Vajny, Alberto Hurtado, and Vic Stevens. And there has been quite a big old development. And I think Kai Hunter was one of those that was involved. Austin Lee makes the move up the inside. Through on more, well, I was trying to keep an eye on who that driver was. So Austin Lee has now made his way. That would have been through, if that's a KR Sport Kart, that will be Colin Vajny, which it is the case. So up into 7. Alberto Hurtado and also Kai Hillets. Well, Kai Hillets and Archie Walker have now got through on Petra Babičková. So has David Outlechner. But Higgins and Kovac have pulled away considerably. Lewis Gilbert is the fastest driver out there, and it's Devian Horst and Kai Hunter that were eliminated in the pre-final on the opening lap. Lewis Gilbert, who started 3rd, is now all the way down in 28th. So the pride of Scotland has got his work cut out for him. A flood of senior road taxis go through into turn number 12 as someone was getting very, very close. William Christensen was nearly 2 wheels up into the air whilst mounting the curbs through turn 13 on Colin Vajny. And Austin Lee now has gotten past Petra Babičková for 6th place. Now it's down to the likes of Outlechner, Walker and Hillets. And Walker now pulls the trigger up the inside of the 365 from Poland. Through turn 1 goes the 391 from KR Sports. So these three have, if they want to start catching up to the 2 in front, they've got to start moving. And as Hillets bumps over the curbs through turn 7, nearly touches sidewalls on Outlechner, gets through at turn 8, but then the Polish driver gets the over-under done through turn 9 and retakes 4th position from the 374 from Tremolo in Belgium. If they continue to fight amongst each other as, oh my goodness, William Christensen nearly caught the right rear of Colin Vajny going through turn 13. It's all starting to close on in as the 373 of Paul Hamburg has just pulled into Parc Fermé. That's the Estonian's race, unfortunately, at an abrupt end. And despite the fact that he is out of the race, Marcel Lecuy is also out. Kai Hunter has been hit with a post-race 3-second time penalty, maybe for 2 wheels out of the tram lines. I'll wait for that to be confirmed on the live timing. But it's still even Stevens between Higgins and Kovac. They want to make sure that they can scarper away as far as possible from the drivers in behind them, being led by the 391 of Archie Walker from KR Sport. He's being followed, well, he was being followed, he's now being overtaken. If that happens, which it might do shortly, as Outlechner from Strawberry Racing pulls alongside. This is going to allow Hillets to get through, and Walker drops from 3rd to 5th through turn 16. And now Austin Lee and Petra Babičková are starting to close on in. So we're down to 32 out of 36 senior road tax drivers in this race. There's Babičková getting very, very close to the back bumper of Austin Lee. So now it is a 5-kart squabble over 3rd position. Outlechner leads that battle ahead of Hillets. Walker, Lee, and Babichkova. Colin Vajny is about 0.8 of a second away from the quintet in front. So we're now completing lap number 6. Nearly at the halfway point of this race as Walker pulls out from behind. Outlechner as Hrilic now is in 3rd position. Austin Lee now looking to go through, and so does Petra Babichkova. Well, Outlechner got strung up like a kipper right there. Everyone else said the slipstream, and Outlechner was powerless to do anything against it. So we're halfway through the race, and this battle for 3rd position is intensifying in terms of aggressive overtaking and atmosphere. Austin Lee now trying to see if he can get through on Archie Walker for what will be 4th position. Higgins and Kovac are as they were, 1st and 2nd respectively. Hrilic is now starting to pull away from those behind as he holds on to 3rd position in the meantime. Austin Lee now trying to go into battle with Archie Walker. Has to be very, very careful about who is behind him with the likes of Babichkova, Outlechner, and now Colin Vajny is there and has just got through on turn 5. So has taken a page out of Petra Babichkova's books from yesterday's heats. So the chess games continue here in the Senior Rotax Pre-Final. And Higgins continues to lead the way. Zombor Kovac just staying with him. There's an almighty squabble behind as Vajny and Babichkova continue to battle. And whilst they continue to do so, that will allow those in front to carry on going forward. Archie Walker's just been shown the black and white flag. But Higgins still keeping a hold of the race lead. Kovac is right with them as he goes, as they both go over the top of the hill at turn number 8. So now, oh right, another development. Wrong starting position for David Outlechner, thereby gets hit with a 5-second time penalty as a direct result. Cheers coming in on the YouTube chat for the likes of Hugo Latorre Vega and also Colin Vajny, amongst others. As the senior Rotax field flood their way along this long start-finish straight here at Campillos. We are down to the last 4 minutes and 10 seconds. Austin Lee has gotten past the likes of Archie Walker as all. There's a bit of a tussle as Babichkova went for a move on Colin Vajny. 2 wheels on the dirt for the pole as Archie Walker gets through, round through turn number 8. Well, the hits, they keep on coming, don't they? Outlechner finds himself into the mire now because look at the train behind him. He's got William Christensen just behind. Vic Stevens is there. Ethan Jeff Hall. Mattis Turlo to boot. And then there's quite a few more behind that as well. It was very, very close indeed with a slight touch between Petra Babichkova and Colin Vajny, which allowed Archie Walker to get through, and he now will be in 5th position. But look at the amount of drivers there. Gustav Zusarkovs has literally flown up the order All right, he was stone dead last, nearly, well, over 11 minutes ago. He is now in 12th position. I spoke to him this morning. I said, what's your hopes for this weekend? Maybe top 5, maybe top 10. I want a top 10. That'll be the end of a good weekend. Well, that performance just there, even if he gets the front fairing penalty, is absolute dynamite. And he's just behind Matthews Tuller. Well, he was until he just overtook him. And then it's getting a bit close, nearly a pit box manoeuvre there. Montego Masson up the inside of William Christensen for position. And indeed, Robert Garraway, a fantastic drive from Gustav Ziusakovs. His dad Yanis behind the tools this weekend as always. But Kovac and Higgins, second and first respectively, now go on to lap number 12. The one thing I've noticed about Higgins and Kovac is neither is giving anything away. They're just comfortably getting both carts to the checkered without any fracas, any unwanted incidents. And then they're going to be, I think it's going to be a battle royale in the final later on today. And the latest retirement, unfortunately, was Miska Kaskinen from Finland, the 385, who started in 12th. And Lewis Gilbert has also made a good old resurgence up the order, not only being the only one of the, well, if not the only driver that has got underneath 60 seconds, 59.990. And he currently now sits in 14th position, having dropped all the way down to just outside of the top 25. With 30 seconds to go, sometimes it's about just keeping things calm under the service, even though you might be paddling like heck underneath for the two up front. Kai Relitz has managed to go a little bit quicker than the two up front by probably the best part of nearly a tenth of a second, but this will put him into a very good position for the final this afternoon. Now the timer has expired, and Higgins and Kovac lead the way going through turn 7, up towards turn number 8. So they make their way through turns 13 and 14, down through the back straightaway with a slight kink to the right-hand side before the braking zone into turn 16. The last lap board will come out this time, and Matthew Higgins will be the first one to see it, followed by Zsombor Kovac. 1.58 kilometres remain to go on to the 15th and final lap of the Senior Rotax Pre-Final. So through turn 5, into 6, now into the right-hander at 7, over to the crest of the hill here at turn 8, then down through the corkscrew. Kovac is looking, well, he's sort of telegraphing a little bit here. He's trying to see if he can maybe get one up on Higgins, because he was on pole position for the pre-final. And now looks to possibly try and make the move, but Higgins anticipated it nicely. Down the back straightaway for the final time. Higgins looking over his right shoulder. So go through 15 into 16 for the final time. 2 more corners remain. Kovac trying to do something, I think, here. He might try and outrun Higgins down to the checkered. But Higgins puts the pedal to the metal and wins the pre-final by 0.156 of a second. Kai Helitz rounds out the top three, covered by just under a second after 15 laps of racing. Austin Lee and Petra Babičková complete your provisional top five. David Altlechner will be demoted by 5 seconds, which will put him down to just at the bottom part of the top 20, having been in the wrong starting position. So all that hard work undone. We also got another penalty coming to the way of the 3:03, which is a 5-second time penalty for pushing, and that goes to Petra Babičková. So she will be out of the top 5, promoting Archie Walker to 5th place. So that changes the complexity of things. 11th was Gustav Zusakos behind Vic Stevens. William Christensen, Lewis Gilbert, Janis Diak, Tommy van der Stroys, Matthias Turlo, Camille McFarlane, Jort van Wijk, Alberto Hurtado and Tobias Clausen rounding out the top 20. Ollie Stevens, Angus Scrivener, Lauren Legault, Sverre Ubben, Jules Roussel, Nevio Fischer, Montego Mawson, Hugo Latorre Vega. And Altlechner's day has gone from bad to worse. He's just had a 5-second time penalty issued for causing a collision. So he's going to be well down the back of the field for the final later on today. Along with that, Hugo Latorre Vega, Henry Beaumont, Jens Christensen, Dion van Verven rounding out the 31 finishers. But we take a look back at the highlights of the Senior Rotax Pre-Final. The 36 highly motivated Senior Rotax drivers going into the tram lines. There's a bit of jocularity on the front part of the grid. Looks like that might have been where the case with regards to Altlechner, but there was also some contact between him and Helitz as Matthew Higgins went side by side with Zsombor Kovac. There's Devin Rost walking away from turn 3. And also Kai Hunter having to sit by the sidelines. Drivers were getting a bit too close as Austin Lee had to react and keep out of the way of Colin Vajny. Archie Walker would then make his way through past on David Altlechner, and then this move here from Kai Helitz bumped over the curbs. There was room for the Belgian to make the move, and he made the move stick by turn 8, but then Altlechner got the undercut. More battling was to be had between Austin Lee and Petra Babičková, along with the 365 of Altlechner, who dropped 3 positions in one corner. Then there was this touch between Petra Babičková and Colin Vajny that allowed Archie Walker to try and get through on the 366, and Vajny 2 wheels on the dust going out of turn number 7. Gustav Zusakos had a significant resurgent drive, making up 24 positions over the course of the 15-lap race at this 1.58-kilometre circuit. There was more dramas a little bit further back, and that would have been the incident between Marceau Lecruy and Paul Hamburg. But it was Matthew Higgins from Trafalgar in Wales that goes into the final on pole position. And a very good afternoon to Caden McQueen. Giving a shout out to Robert Schlunton and the team at RS Competition. As now we go to our last race of the pre-final stages, as DD2 and DD2 Masters now will go into battle over 14 minutes plus an additional lap. Just seen Teresa Babičková into the shot. There's Patrick Snolls Lokmelis from Latvia. Michael Rossina from Italy, and to his immediate left-hand side, Axel Sarniala. And you've also got all the drivers in DD2 Masters. So Babičková and Nicolas Picot are the drivers that won all 3 of the races yesterday. And thank you, Caden, for wishing all the Brits all the very best of luck. Still remember commentating on you at Kart Masters at PFI in 2019 when you were competing against the likes of Oliver Gray, amongst others. So hope you're keeping well. One of the young chargers moving up to DD2 this year, Belgium's Tom Braken. Focusing in on the task at hand. And the DD2 class is the ultimate representation of Rotax racing globally. There's Martinas Stankevicius, our Winter Cup champion from last year, the 533 from Lithuania, and always is in support of the people of the Ukraine, who are still going through a very turbulent time at this moment. So here is your starting order for the last pre-final of the 2023 Rotax Max Challenge Euro Winter Cup here at Campillos. It's DD2 and DD2 Masters. Following on from yesterday, Teresa Babišková did the clean sweep, so she will start from pole position in the 406, and alongside her will be the 418 of Patrick Knowles Lockmeris. Also have Gregorio Bertocco, who seems to be getting a bit of love in the chat from Manuel Enrique Cart and more, saying, "Go Bertocco, let's go." Bertocco will be lined up alongside the reigning, defending Winter Cup champion from last year, Martin van Leeuwen from the Netherlands. Michael Rosina and Nicolas Picot round out row 2. Axel Sarniala and Enzo Boll, row 4, will be on row 4. Rosina and Picot will be on row 3. Baccaglini and Ackmans will be on row 5. Tom Braken and Jules Cousin will be on row 6. Martinas Stankevicius will be joined by Maxime Dirix on row 7. Maxime Suchurko and Kylian Gerhardt round out row number 8. No Lawrence Seyfried due to the injury he sustained yesterday, so we'll be down to 30 drivers in total. Rounding out the order, it's Finn Stiak, Daniel Carmona, Sebastian Schue, Jamie Smith, Christophe Capitan, Tino Egeskov, David Perel, Jereko Kalainen, Andreas Neumann, Nicolas Guillaume, Jonathan Wemo, Alejandro Barambillo, Antonio Teixeira, and Raul Vargas. Antonio Teixeira is the eldest driver in the field, 55 years of age, and still has a smile on his face when he gets behind the wheel of a kart. Islam Pacheco wishing Teresa Babišková all the very best of luck. Manuel Enrique Cartamore, yes, we will now see what will happen. It is going to be a lot of fun. We're going to have a lot of excitement and action along the way over the next 14 minutes, plus one additional lap, which will then set the stage for our finals this afternoon. Out of the final corner, go the field. Revs rise. Are we ready? Are we steady? Lights are out first time. We are underway here in the DD2 and Masters Pre-Final. Babičková once again gets the lead going into turn one. There are a couple of drivers sideways. I noticed Axel Sarniala being one of them as they go through into the top of the hill very, very shortly. Through turn 6, now into 7, over the crest at turn 8. And Teresa Babičková has about a 3 to 4 kart length advantage over Patrick Snows-Lockmelis. Down through into turn number 11 they go, and it's going to be the fact that we don't have Martin van Leeuwen in third place. Looks like Bertocco is there. Van Leeuwen is fourth. Picot is currently fifth and leading DD2 Masters. There's going to be some side-by-side jocularity, too wide at multiple points up and down the order. Going through into turn number 16. But Babičková leads the field overall after the opening lap. Her lead over Lockmelis, 0.328 of a second. As Martin van Leeuwen gets tripped up a little bit, trying to go for a move on Patrick Snows-Lockmelis, but still managing, in the meantime, to have gotten past Gregorio Bertocco in the 4.16, representing Italy. And the two Lithuanians, Maxim Sachurko, who moved from juniors to DD2 this year, and the team leader, who's also racing in DD2 Masters, Martinas Stankiewicz, nearly came together a little bit, going through out of turn number 16. And now Maxim Dirix makes a move, and he gets through on Leonardo Baccaglini, the 424 from Italy. So Dirix bringing the dance moves, and there seems to be dramas, and it is more noticeably for an Picot. Nicolas Picot was he slowing down ever so slightly, but he's just had someone roar past him. That was Jules Cousin, and now is Picot. Picot's pulled to the side. Picot's out of the kart, and he kicks the exhaust. There's a problem for the back rear. Nicolas Picot having dramas in DD2 Masters in the pre-final. I hate to think what expletives are being muttered under that race helmet right now, but Nicolas Picot loses the unbroken streak he's had, and now that will promote Martinas Stankiewicz to the class lead. And at the front of the field, it is very much the case. It's a three-way scrap between Babičková, Lockmelis, and van Leeuwen. Now it's Axel Sarniala in fourth position. He's got Michael Rossina right up his exhaust pipe, going up the hill. And Nicolas Picot is way, way behind the field now. He's only just coming through turn 16 as the leaders making their way through down into turn 9. But Teresa Babičková is keeping things very, very calm under the surface. So at the moment in the top 5 overall, it's Teresa Babičková, Patrick Snows-Lockmelis, Martin van Leeuwen, Axel Sarniala, and Michael Rossina. In DD2 Masters, your top 5. Currently running 16th, Martinas Stankiewicz. Second in the class in 20th is Christophe Capitan. Jonathan Wimore in 21st is third. David Perel from South Africa in the 5.08 is fourth in 24th position. And he's ahead of Andreas Neumann from Germany at the moment. Nine and a half minutes still to go in this last pre-final, plus an additional lap. And Teresa Babičková looks to have slightly extended that lead. It was nearly 0.48 of a second after the opening 4 laps. We're on to lap number 5. Axel Saniala currently has the fastest lap of the race so far on lap number 4, a 1-minute 2.394 from the 20-year-old from Espoo in Finland. So Babičková has extended her lead to just under 0.6 of a second, but it's nip and tuck between second and third position. Lokmelis ahead of Van Leeuwen. Saniala trying to close on in, and he has done so again. Saniala with another successive fastest lap of the race. 1-minute 2.293, and that was over 3.5 of a second quicker than Van Leeuwen just in front. So Saniala is starting to push the limit. Jules Cousin is also trying to close on in. And that is on Maxim Sechurko, who rounds out the top 11 positions. Also some very close battles happening between Sebastian Schou and Finn Stiak for the remaining places in the top 15. As we're halfway through the race. Still plenty more to go as the drivers make their way through. Still 6.5 minutes remain on the timer here in the last pre-final of the 2023 Rotax Max Challenge Euro Winter Cup here at Karting Campillos. And Babičková casually extends the lead ever so slightly to now just over 0.8 of a second. And Saniala still holds on to that fastest lap of the race so far. As Gregorio Bertocco has got Maxim Sechurko not that far behind. They are battling away over what is currently 9th position on the road. But now Saniala is starting to close on in to the two in front. Saniala has been on an absolute binge worth of speed over the past few laps, and at some points has been over 2.5 to 3.5 of a second quicker than the two in front. Lap 9 now completed as the gap between second, third and fourth stretches to is now been basically taken down to just over 0.4 of a second. As Saniala now waiting for his opportunity to get through. Firstly on Martin Van Leeuwen from the Netherlands in the 4:03. Gets very close on the run through turn 8 at the top of the hill. Down through the corkscrew they go once again. So 3 minutes and 43 seconds plus an additional lap still to go. Saniala now goes for the move for third place and gets it through turn 17 on Martin van Leeuwen from the Netherlands. Now the next driver on his target list is the Latvian in front, Patrick Snols-Lokmelis. Moves up the order by the following drivers. Finstiak up to 12th past Tom Braken. Clean Gerhard past Sebastian Schue for 15th. Jamie Smith past current DD2 Masters class leader Martinas Stankiewicz. David Perel, in the meantime, is only 3.5 tenths of a second off of Jonathan Wimore for 23rd, but more importantly, P3 in DD2 Masters. Also a little bit further back, Gregorio Bertocca, who rounds out the top 10. Not too far behind the Italian is countryman Leonardo Baccaglini in the 4:24 and Germany's Finstiak in the 4:39. They're covered by just over 4 tenths. As the move has just transpired, courtesy of the that was Martinas Stankiewicz of all people going through on Jules Cousin, the 4:51 from France. Just behind them is Christophe Capitan. So Stankiewicz is now battling for the race lead in the class. Martin was actually second in the intermediate classification, the ranking after heats last night, with Pico having taken 3 successive wins. And now Christophe Capitan is going to go for the lead in DD2 Masters, but he can't get through. Stankiewicz anticipated it nicely as we head into the final minutes or so of this pre-final, as Stankiewicz mounts the curbs going through turn 5 to get past Jules Cousin. He's trying to put another cart between himself and the driver behind, which is Christophe Capitan. Nicolas Guillaume is also there with them, plus Denmark's Tino Egeskov from RS Competition. The top 4 drivers have now made their way through the final hairpin as Guillaume and Egeskov go into battle. The 491 from Belgium staying ahead for the moment. As Christophe Capitan wait for a late lunge on Stankiewicz going through turn 16 and lost a bag full of momentum. Now onto the penultimate lap we go, lap 14 out of 15. Timer has now expired for the pre-final. So after this one more lap to go. Lap 14 out of 15, currently underway. As Teresa Babičková has an extensive lead. Nearly 1.4 seconds for the 4:06. So now the final of the last lap board of the morning's action is shown. Babičková goes into turn 1 for the final time on the 15th lap of this pre-final. Ahead of Lokmelis, Saniala, Van Leeuwen, Rosina, Akmens, Bol, Dirks, up into 8th, Sechurko and Stiak rounding out the top 10. Stankiewicz at the moment still leads the DD2 Masters classification down in 18th. And there's 2 carts now between him and Christophe Capitan. David Perel is only 2.5 tenths off of Jonathan Wimore in the battle for 3rd place in DD2 Masters. Babičková now makes her way through onto the back straight for the 15th and final time. It's been a dominant performance so far, calm, cooled and controlled by the Czech Republic's very own Tereza Babičková, who secures pole position for the DD2 final later on today. Ahead of Patrick Snows, Lochmelis, Axel Sarniala rounds out the top three ahead of defending DD2 Winter Cup champion. And at the line, Martina Stankiewicz secures DD2 Masters victory in the pre-final. So Babičková takes the victory, makes it 4 in a row. 3 heats yesterday and the pre-final this morning, same as Jacob Ashcroft did, has done so far in the Minimax class this weekend. She wins by 1.360 seconds after 15 laps, ahead of Patrick Snows, Lochmelis, Axel Sarniala, Martin van Leeuwen, Michael Rossina, Emils Akmans, Enzo Bol, Maxim Dirix, Maxim Socherko and Finn Stiak, who round out the top 10. Tom Bracken would take 11th ahead of the pair of Italians in the form of Leonardo Baccaglini and Gregorio Bertocco. Kilian Guérin, Sebastian Schou, Jamie Smith, Jules Cousin, and DD2 Masters class winner Martina Stankiewicz in the 5:33 ahead of Nicolas Guillaume and Tino Egeskov from Denmark rounding out the top 20. Christophe Capitain, Daniel Carmona, Jonathan Wimont, David Perel, Raul Vargas, Jere Kokalainen, Andreas Neumann, Alejandro Barambillo, Antonio Teixeira and Nicolas Picot rounding out the 30 strong that started the race, with Picot ending up just 5.3 seconds behind Teixeira after dramas hit the Frenchman earlier on in the race. So with all primed and ready for the DD2 and DD2 Masters pre-final, we were just waiting for the red lights to go out to signal the start of the final, the penultimate chapter in the 2023 Rotax Max Challenge Euro Winter Cup. But it would be Tereza Babičková that would lead the field on the start and head into turn one at full racing speed. The 406 from the Czech Republic, again taking the tighter inside line. Gregorio Bertocco would end up running a little bit wide, with Axel Sarniala sideways and crossed up through into the approach into turn number 2. Van Leeuwen would make easy work of Bertocco going through into turn number 5. It was very close to call. Maxim Dirix would definitely factor into this race, along with Jules Cousin, amongst others, with Maxim Socherko showing good account of himself in the first European appearance as a DD2 driver, having moved up from juniors. But then a drama here for Gregorio Bertocco, which then caused dramas as a direct result for Nicolas Picot. Absolutely frustrated, slowing the Frenchman down, and that was not the end of it. He got out of the kart and, using his right foot, would try and put everything back into place, and he got back going once again. However, Axel Sarniala would make steady, fast progress throughout the race, also setting numerous fastest laps in the process. A bit of a moment here for Jules Cousin, allowing the 4:56 to get through of Jamie Smith. But Tereza Babičková continues what she's been doing all weekend long, still a race winner. So that rounds out the morning's action here at the 2023 Rotax Max Challenge Euro Winter Cup here at Karting Campillos. The sun is in the air. There is a little bit of mist surrounding the Andalusian countryside in the background, but it's now time for the lunch break. And what's more, we have a very, very special interview. Earlier on this week, I managed to speak to the most decorated Rotax Max Challenge Grand Finals champion of all time. He's won 3 titles in a row between 2011 and 2013. I am, of course, talking about the man, the legend that is South Africa's Cristiano Morgado. We'll see you after the lunch break. So here for the 2023 Rotax Max Challenge Euro Winter Cup here at Karting Campillos in Andalusia. I'm joined by the legend that is South Africa's Cristiano Morgado. Cristiano, firstly, good to have you with us here in the paddock. It's been a long time since I think we've seen you outside of South Africa since your last of 5 titles back in Conde Paraiba in Brazil, the only driver to win 3 Grand Finals titles in a row, the only person whose feat has never been equalled or bettered from 2011 to 2013. Good to see you. How are things?
Everything's good. Happy to be here and hopefully have another good event at a Euro Trophy.
Yeah, because if people don't remember, you're also a previous European champion in Rotax as well. You've won 11 KwaZulu-Natal titles over your career. He's also had some forays into single-seaters, British F3, vice-champion one particular year, ran for Team South Africa in A1 Grand Prix, Formula Volkswagen also added onto that list. Karting is still one of those loves that you still have, isn't it?
I mean, yeah, there's nothing like it. There's just something about it. It's just raw driving, raw racing, and you know, sometimes in single-seaters the race is decided on the first lap. Here, it goes down to the very last corner. So, you know, it's just a passion that I think always just carries on in all of us. No matter how many things you drive, karting is still what you love the most.
I mean, good to see that, you know, it was wonderful to see Team South Africa back at Portimao last year for the Grand Finals, you know, the 4th running. And it wasn't just it was the 5th time that we've been to Portimao over the 22. You know, we see the likes of Bradley Liebenberg and quite a few others. Jamie Smith is here as well from Benoni. And we've got a few other, you know, we've even got David Perel here, who has been, you know, hasn't been in a competitive race weekend for 10 years and decides 2023 I'm going to give it a go and see what's up. And it's great to see, you know, the South African representation back here in Europe.
No, I mean, it's amazing. We've got such a good group of guys over there. You know, there's people doing great things overseas. You know, there's I really want to get the Van der Linde boys in the kart as well. I think they'll do quite well. Mm-hmm. You know, there's a lot of talent there, and it's nice to see them back at Euros again. And Jamie Smith is another one. So I'll definitely be reminding them all that this is where they need to be.
Yep.
Showcasing what they can do.
I mean, you know, it's just wonderful from your perspective. Like I say, you know, 2-time previous European Rotax champion to come back to Spain most specifically. I mean, the track here, 1,580 meters. You've got pretty much everything. You've got this long start-finish straight, you know, run on a clockwise direction, 18 turns, the elevation changes going through up to turn 8 at the crest of the hill. It really is a demanding circuit here, isn't it?
No, absolutely. It's definitely not easy. Luckily, I was here about 7 years ago in a DD2, but I mean, it was a long time ago, and I mean, when I first got back on, I kind of felt like it was the first time again. You know, the first sector is very, very tricky. You know, it's high speed, but also just, you know, there's a few undulations and things that you've got to watch, and it's tough to get it perfect every time. So getting back into it, you know, so hopefully I'll fine-tune the last little bits. I still need to find a few, but it's going okay so far.
How's the ribcage holding up?
Yeah, that's with age. Things are, you know, things hurt that didn't before, but no, so far it's all good.
Well, Cristiano, thank you very much for joining us here this weekend at Karting Campillos, and good luck.
Thank you so much. Appreciate it. Thanks.
Welcome back to the final afternoon of racing for the 2023 Rotax Max Challenge Euro Winter Cup here at Circuito Karting Campillos. And we're set to get underway very shortly with our first of 4 races where we will decide our 5 Winter Cup champions. The top prize being given away in each of the classes will be an entry into the respective full season calendar for the 2023 Rotax Max Euro Trophy season that starts in just under 2 months' time at the home of champions, Karting Genk in Belgium. Here is your starting grid for the Minimax Winter Cup Final. So on pole position will be Jacob Ashcroft from the United Kingdom, and joining him alongside on the front row will be Albert Friend. Felipe Reyes and Denny Babacek will be on row number 2. Nikita Lubimov, just waiting for the light. Just bear with us a second. So Denny Babacek will be on row 2. Nikita Lubimov and Cole Denham rounding out row number 3. Charles Kitely and Finlay Line completing row 4 with Rory Armstrong, and the Netherlands Boris Verhaag rounding out the top 10. Jensen Chalk and Tom Reed, row 6. Row 7, Oliver Majewski and Alfonso Lopez. Row 8, it's Shibazaki Mikoto and Sigurd Stubberup. Row 9, it's going to be Joao Pereira and Jeremy Roivers, and completing the top 10 from the United Kingdom, it's Ethan Griffiths, and from Peru, it's Iago Lempen. Rounding out the 34-strong grid, it's Isaac Barker, Hugo Fuentes, Jack Freeman, Sam Mott, Daniel Ferreira, Amelie Davey, Unto Olavi Lakonen, Ryan Gandor, Daniel Minto, Nathan Kappen, Min Jae Kim, Francisco Lopez, Kieran Stewart and Max Gilman. So last year, the top 3 in the Mini-Max class was Albert Friend, was last year's Winter Cup champion. Nicolas Garcia was the runner-up, with Boris Maximov rounding up the overall top 3. This is the race that is the most important of all for the 34 Mini-Max drivers set to go into battle for 11 minutes plus an additional lap. The red lights are ignited as we are about to kickstart the afternoon's action here in Andalusia. It's Ashcroft on pole, Albert Friend alongside, out of the final corner. Are we ready? Are we steady? The Mini-Max final gets underway. Once again, a good start by Jacob Ashcroft, and Albert Friend keeps it pinned towards the outside and makes sure that Felipe Perez does not get through. But Albert Friend already looking to attack early and go for the lead through turn 5, and the 191 gets through on the opening lap of the race. Albert Friend knew he had to make it count, but still has Jacob Ashcroft for close company as they go down the hill through the corkscrew part of the circuit. And Ashcroft looking towards the outside, nearly a little touch between the two. But Albert Friend keeps it at the front of the field. Felipe Perez, Nikita Lubimov, Denny Babacek. There's going to be a change for 6th position as Cole Denham gets through on Finley lines. Albert Friend going very, very defensive very early going into turn 16. Trying to keep Ashcroft, Reyes, Lubimov and Babicek at bay. Felipe Perez was looking towards the inside of Ashcroft heading into turn 1, but thought better of it. And now we wait to see what transpires over the next nearly 10 minutes, plus an additional lap of racing action. Over the crest once again at turn 8. Albert Friend leads the way. Then it's Ashcroft, Felipe Perez, Nikita Lubimov, Denny Babacek, Cole Denham, Finley Lines, Charles Kitely, Rory Armstrong and Boris Verhaag. Ashcroft just waiting for his opportunity to get through on the 191 from Strawberry Racing. Title line taken by Ashcroft through turn 13. And now the lead now re-changes once again. Ashcroft gets through on Albert Friend. Felipe Perez trying to carry the momentum through. There's a side-by-side for 4th place, and Denny Babacek gets the position off of Nikita Lubimov. Now the top 3 are line astern. Albert Friend gunning for the lead through turn 1. Oh, the slightest touch on the right rear of Jacob Ashcroft means that Albert Friend loses out 2nd position to Felipe Perez as a direct result. Now this is going to allow Denny Babacek, Nikita Lubimov and now Cole Denham, as it's a 6-way fight at the front of the field. Again behind them, battling over 7th, 8th and 9th. Finley Lines was 9th, now up into 8th, having got past Charles Kitely through turn number 9. Battles up and down the order, especially with Lines going into battle with Kitely. As Rory Armstrong, the 166 from Downpatrick, County Down, has got through and now is up into 7th position. 3 wide into turn 16. And I think that was Jeremy Rivers that was up the inside. And now we've got a further change because now Felipe Perez takes the lead. Up into 3rd, back goes Albert Friend. And Albert Friend looking up the inside through turn 5. Up through the inside of Ashcroft goes Friend to take 2nd position. A little bit of a gap now starting to emerge between Felipe Perez and Albert Friend. But that is closing as they go down the hill through into turns 10 and 11. Albert Friend takes a tighter line as Felipe Perez sweeps wide coming out of the corner. Nikita Lubimov up the inside through onto Denny Babacek to take 4th through turn 12. A little bit further back there has been a further change. Rory Armstrong has dropped behind Finley Lines and Charles Kitely. And back down to 9th goes the 166. Albert Friend, oh, there's a bit of a tussle between the top 3, side by side between Ashcroft and Friend, and now Lubimov manages to get through on the 122. Babicek and also the 162 of Cole Denham, now in clear contention. 6 minutes and 20 still to go on the timer, plus an additional lap. But Felipe Perez has got a slight advantage to the tune of 3.5 tenths of a second. And now Albert Friend gets the lead through turn 5. That seems to be the sweet spot for the 191 to make plentiful overtakes over the course of the race so far. 30 seconds until we hit the halfway point of the timer in this final. But with the top 5 line astern, it's going to be difficult to predict a winner in this one. Felipe Perez retakes the lead through turn 12 off of Albert Friend, as we're now on to lap number 5, and there is absolutely nothing between the top 6. And you look at the 4 behind, battling for 7th, 8th, 9th and 10th. And then there is Jeremy Rivers, who's got through on Rory Armstrong, but the 166 on the counter-offensive through turn 16. The 121 from Spain reasserts himself and remains in 9th position. Folks, sound the alarm bells. We've got a race on our hands here, as there's a further change. This time Cole Denham gets past Denny Babacek. But the top 4 now, as there's going to be another change for the lead. Albert Friend back through on turn 5 on Felipe Perez. Nikita Lubimov waiting the wings, and Jacob Ashcroft will also have an opportunity. Down the hill once again. Felipe Perez will try and tee up Albert Friend into the turn 12 left-hand hairpin. He did that on the previous lap. On this occasion, the 107 from the Netherlands decides not to do so. Fastest lap of the race, however, with a 1 minute 8.4 dead, is Jeremy Rivers. Coming up to the 4-minute mark remaining. The top 6 starting to close up again. Felipe Perez in the wheel tracks of Albert Friend, with Lubimov not too far behind either. Back through turn 1, up the hill once again. Top 5 drivers covered by just under 6.5 tenths of a second as Lubimov goes through on Felipe Perez through turn 5. They nearly have a little bit of a touch. Felipe Perez might get Ashcroft up the inside through turn 7, but not on that particular occasion, as now Denny Babacek is battling away with the 122 for 4th position, but loses momentum. Through turn 12 once again, we're on to lap number 7 with 3 minutes and 20 seconds on the timer remaining. Ashcroft now will have to start pushing, because the more that Albert Friend gets away, the less chance that he has to get through on the 2 in front and to start pushing. Lubimov and Felipe Perez going side by side. Ashcroft now trying to get the undercut on Felipe Perez, now in the wheel tracks of the 107. Across the line to complete lap number 7. Albert Friend now has just under a 3.5 tenth of a second advantage over Nikita Lubimov. And now Ashcroft trying to get through on Felipe Perez, who in turn tries to get through on Nikita Lubimov. And now Ashcroft sees the door open. That's exactly what he needed. And now Denny Babacek also gets through on Felipe Perez coming out of turn 7 and through the apex of turn 8. Ashcroft now pulling. Well, I never thought I'd see that one. Jacob Ashcroft with an absolute howitzer of an outside overtake. He knew he had to take that risk. That was through turns 10 and 11. Now the fight really begins, and now the 5 behind Albert Friend have got to start pushing. There is clear air between Ashcroft and Friend at the front of the field. Lap 8 almost completed. What is Albert Friend's advantage after this one? They come across the line. The advantage is just under 0.48 of a second. As now Denny Babacek fires it up the inside for 3rd place off of Nikita Lubimov through turn 5. Just under 90 seconds still to go. Ashcroft starting to pull away from the trio, make that the quartet behind, as he now will start chasing down Albert Friend. Gap between them is about 4 to 5 kart lengths, as Lubimov again gets through on Babicek, this time at turn number 12. Cole Denham is waiting the wing, so is Felipe Reyes. Into the final 60 seconds of the Minimax final. Ashcroft is getting closer and closer still to Albert Friend, who continues to lead. And now he's in the right place at the right time. 2 laps to go, including this one. It's Friend versus Ashcroft at the front of the field. The pair are line astern going up the hill through turn 4. Now into the hard braking zone for turn 5. But Ashcroft has been absolutely dominant all weekend long. This final has been something somewhat different for the 122. As now he's got to try and outsmart and outwit Albert Friend, who's just up ahead of him. And now they're line astern into turn 12. Ashcroft biding and waiting for his opportunity. 11 minutes have expired. This plus one more lap to go will decide our Winter Cup champion. Albert Friend takes 2 looks over his left shoulder, and Ashcroft goes for the move through turn 16 to now retake the lead. Albert Friend trying to counter-attack, and now it's starting to close up once again. 1 more lap to go. Ashcroft leads from Friend, Lubimov in 3rd, Babicek in 4th, Cole Denham in 5th, Jeremy Rivers now in 7th behind Felipe Reyes as Ashcroft leads them up the hill for one final time. Goes defensive through into turn 5. Did not give Albert Friend the opportunity to try and get past. Down the hill one more time they go. There's been plenty of twists and turns in this one, as Ashcroft now starting to pull away to about 2 to 3 kart lengths ahead of Albert Friend. Now the last run down to the final hairpin at turn number 16. Jacob Ashcroft continues to lead the way, having retaken the lead 1 lap ago. Out of the final corner. Last year it's Albert Friend. This year it's Jacob Ashcroft, your 2023 Winter Cup champion. What a dynamic final. Plenty of great close quarter racing, especially at the sharp end of the field. But Jacob Ashcroft, by 0.253 of a second, becomes your 2023 Rotax Max Challenge Winter Cup Mini-Max champion, and boy, is that deserved. Albert Friend won it last year, runner-up this season, but nevertheless, he gave Ashcroft a lot to think about, and so did quite a few of the others, finishing behind the 122. Nikita Lubimov, Denny Babicek and Cole Denham rounded out the top 5. Even Felipe Reyes, who finished in 6th at one point, led the race. Jeremy Rivers in 7th for Spain, ahead of Charles Kitely, Finley Lines and Rory Armstrong, rounding out the top 10. Afonso Lopez, Boris Verhaag, Isaac Barker, Oliver Majewski and Sigurd Stubra round out the top 15. Iago Lempen and Jack Freeman round out the top 17, with Hugo Fuentes, Tom Reed and Max Gilman completing the overall top 20. Daniel Minto, Ethan Griffiths, Joao Pereira, Sam Mott, Daniel Ferreira, Ryan Gandor, Kieran Stewart, Emily Davey, Shibazaki Mikoto, Jensen Schock, Unto Olavi Lakonen, with Nathan Kappen and Francisco Lopez rounding out the 33 finishers. And unfortunately, we lost Min Jae Kim very early on. Well, the tension was building into the anticipation for the first of 4 finals here at Campillos for the Winter Cup, with Nikita Lubimov showing, look, I'm going to be number 1, but there was the person that no one had been able to touch all the way through the pre-final and the heats yesterday. 11 minutes of racing plus an additional lap that awaited the Minimax drivers as we went under full racing speed, and the Rotax roar brought the race to life, but in more ways than just one. Ashcroft would lead the field into turn 1, with Albert Friend going side by side with Felipe Perez as the 191 still managed to keep ahead. But very early doors, Albert Friend took the initial advantage and got up the inside of Jacob Ashcroft, something that no one had been able to do so far this weekend. But changes were afoot, and on the penultimate lap of the race, Jacob Ashcroft was showcasing his prowess. So was Albert Friend, and this moment here nearly caused dramas for the 191, who managed to keep out of harm's way. But then Felipe Perez took the lead. Denny Babacek and Albert Friend went side pod to side pod, bringing Nikita Lubimov into the fray, along with Cole Denham from the United Kingdom. But then more overtakes through turn 5, courtesy of Albert Friend. Seems to be the sweet spot for the 191 for overtaking, and he used that quite a lot this weekend. Denny Babacek and Nikita Lubimov had plenty of battles along the way, and then once again through turn 5, on Felipe Perez, Albert Friend retook the lead. And then the favour was returned by the Dutchman through turn number 12. But all the while, whilst they were battling away, someone was waiting in the wings, biding their time, waiting for the right moment. Lubimov would get through on Felipe Perez on through turn 5 to take second, but also gave the window of opportunity to Jacob Ashcroft, who took full advantage through turn number 7, as Felipe Perez not just lost one position, but also made that 2. Cole Denham would also throw his hat into the ring and get past Felipe Perez at one point. Both Babacek and also Lubimov were battling away at multiple points on the circuit, most notably through turn 5 and through turn 12. But on the penultimate lap, Jacob Ashcroft sealed the deal, getting through at turn 16 on Albert Friend, and with that, he went on to take top honours and become the 2023 Winter Cup champion. So from Minimax, we head to Junior Rotax. And here is your grid for the 2023 Winter Cup Final. On pole position, it will be Sebastian Mins from the United Kingdom, and alongside him will be Kasper Schormans from the Netherlands. Thomas Behrmann and Nikita Nikishov will be on row 2, with Boris Maximov and Thomas Ingram Hill on row 3. Alvaro Jimenez and Jack West on row 4, with Thijs van Wijk and Oliver Sander on row number 5, thereby completing the top 10. Rasmus Koskinen and Cameron Nelson, row 6, Noah Janssen and Julian Kovacevic rounding out the top 7 rows. Nemanja Jovanovic and Alberto Kiko Fracassi, row 8, Armand Hamilton, Max Cuthbert, Thomas Rudokas and Raymond Bansal rounding out the top 20. Completing the 35-strong grid will be as follows. Tom Söhle, Vitte Väinänen, Jimmy Kokalainen, Olivier Jonkers, Joel Kasper Joipere, Sebastian Koch, Timothy Vladmirov, Santiago Medina, Tommi Kakkonen, Charlie Neve, Kiran Bartenstein, Marius Karsiaukas, Oliver Kerg, Timo Jungling and Santeri Laitonen. So now the drivers will start to line up ahead of 11 minutes plus an additional lap of racing. The Junior Rotax Winter Cup Final is not underway. We have got a full start. So another tour around the 1.58 kilometre circuit here at Campillos for the drivers to reset and refocus. So your top 10 will be Mins, Schormans, Behrmann, Nikishov, Maximov, Ingram Hill, Jimenez, West, Van Wijk, and Sander. So last year, it was Ethan Jeff Hall, Aaron Krepsik and Vic Stevens that were your top 3 in the Winter Cup here at this circuit just a year ago. So, under starters orders for the second time. Red lights on the gantry. The Junior Rotax Winter Cup Final gets underway. Who's going to get the whole shot into turn 1? It is going to be Sebastian Mins, and Thomas Behrmann has gone through. So has, I think, maybe more than likely, that is Boris Maximov that has gotten up into third ahead of Kasper Schormans, who was on the outside of the front row and now is demoted down to 4th position. So top four very tightly compacted as they head through into turn number 12 for the first time on this particular race. Looks like Cameron Nelson made a move up the inside of Nemanja Jovanovic not that long ago. Through into turn number 13, there is an exchange happening towards the back part of the top 10. Through turn 16, there is also some changes happening between the 220 of Nikita Nikishov and then also Alvaro Jimenez. And that's the battle for fifth position. Up the hill they go once again, but both Mins and Behrman have broken away. Mins has set the fastest lap of the race, 106.136. So quite a few drivers making moves up the order. Jack West continues to round out the top 10 positions as Alvaro Jimenez trying to put the pressure on to Nikita Nikishov. But in the meantime, Kasper Schomans has got past, and now the lead has changed. Thomas Behrman up the inside of Sebastian Mins going through turn number 12, and now latching onto the back of them is Kasper Schomans in the 240 from JJ Racing. Through into turn 16 they go, and Schomans up the inside of Mins through turn 16, and now the 240 takes second place, was looking to go up the inside through into 17 on Behrman, but the 259 from Chelmsford was not going to let that one happen. Top three covered by 0.36 of a second, top five covered by just under a second, with the top 10 rounded out now by Jack West in ninth and Rasmus Koskinen. As all, it's getting a bit hairy here. It's all starting to concertina. Sebastian Mins keeps it pinned, two wheels on the dirt to try and keep it pinned round the outside of Kasper Schomans, and both the 240 and also the 230 of Boris Maximov managed to make it through. And the 216 of Olivier Jonkers has just been given a 3-second time penalty for two wheels out of the tram lines. That was a bit clumsy by Nikita Nikishov, who's just lost a bag full of momentum through turn 12, bumped over the curbs. And Mins now has Boris Maximov for close company, but Thomas Behrman will now bring the field around to complete lap number 3. We have 7 3/4 minutes, plus an additional lap remaining. Through into turn 1 we go once again. And now Van Wyk has got Alvaro Jimenez right behind. And that will be for 7th position. Thomas Ingram Hill looking to get past Nikita Nikishov, but Thomas Behrman continues to hold on to the lead at the moment. Gap between him and Schomans over the line last time, 0.14 of a second as they go back down through the corkscrew complex. Now Schomans looks for the move up the inside through turn 12, gets the lead. Behrman knows not to fight it at that point, just to stick with Schomans and then wait for his opportune moments to get through on the 240 from the Netherlands. And now it's getting a bit of a dogfight, nearly 3 abreast between Nikishov, Maximov and also Ingram Hill as they went through into turn number 1. Looks like Maximov might have gotten the initial advantage on that front as Van Wyk looking up the inside through on Nikita Nikishov. They are nearly touching sidewalls, are the pair, through into turn 6, and Nikishov stays in front. Sebastian Mins now starting to close in on the 2 in front. Tom Sehler, however, has put in the fastest lap of the race. The Latvian down in 33rd position. It looks like we have lost Nemanja Jovanovic from Serbia in the 211. A real shame for the Samco Serbian racing team driver. But Behrman still keeping Schomans very honest. 5.5 minutes still to go, plus an additional lap. And a 5-second penalty now being thrown to the 263, which is Oliver Kerg. That is for pushing. But the gap between the top three has been no more than just over 7/10 of a second. Shawmans takes a look over the right shoulder to see where Behrman is. And Thomas Behrman looking to make good his intentions. Did compete in the Euro Trophy last year, but has really showcased his development as a junior Rotax driver over the course of the 2022 season. And some of the drivers competing in the championship last year have either moved up or moved on. So for 2023, there will be a new Winter Cup champion. And at the end of the season at Paul Fletcher International on the 10th of September, we will have a new junior Rotax European champion. Behrman is getting ever closer still as now Ingram Hill looks to get past Nikita Nikishov, and that's going to allow Van Wyk, Jimenez, and also Cameron Nelson to try and get through. Nelson up the inside of Jimenez, who runs wide coming out of turn 8. Jack West is also in the mix in all of that. 2 wide again, maybe nearly even 3 wide coming out of that corner. Max Cuthbert towards the end of the train, as is the 276 of Kiko Fracassi from Italy, who's right with Oliver Sander from Dan Holland Racing in the 239. There is a driver that has pulled over to the side. That is Rayman Bansal. So unfortunately, the young Indian is being attended to as we speak off of the exit of turn number 16. 5-second time penalty now being issued to number 211. That is Nemanja Jovanovic, who has retired. But in the meantime, Thomas Behrman now has retaken the lead from Kasper Schaumanns, as we're now on to lap number 8 with just over 180 seconds still to go, plus another lap of racing. So give or take, that's just over 4 minutes to find out who will provisionally be our 2023 Winter Cup Junior Rotax champion. And at the moment, it looks to be a battle between these two here, Thomas Behrman and also Kasper Schaumanns. And if Sebastian Mims starts closing in, which I think he might start to be doing, Behrman in the meantime has got the fastest lap of the race in his pocket last time around, a 1 minute 4.314. And good to see Rayman Bansal walking unassisted away from the kart. But now up into turn number 5. No attempt from Schaumanns there to try and get through. We'll wait until there's a bit more of an easier opportunity to get past Behrman for the lead. Boris Maximov battling away with Nikita Nikishov for 4th place, as they have a very big mountain to climb. And now the lead will change once again, as Schaumanns gets through with just under 1 minute and 40 to go through turn 12 on Thomas Behrman. A little bit further back, there are some overtakes happening. Charlie Neve being overtaken by Tomas Rudokas from Lithuania. And that was for 22nd position. But Behrman still in the wheel tracks. 1 minute and 15 still to go. This plus 2 additional laps will decide the Winter Cup Junior champion. And Behrman is putting the pressure on to Schaumanns right now. The gap was 1/10 of a second between them. Through into turn 5, and that's allowing Sebastian Mims to now close. Nikita Nikishov has got past Boris Maximov for 4th position in the meantime. And what's more, they're only about 1.7 seconds or so behind 3rd place. Two kart lengths separating Schaumanns and Behrman going through into turn number 12. And Sebastian Mims is about 4 to 5 kart lengths away from 2nd place at the moment. 30 seconds on the timer remains. Down the back straightaway, heading into turns 15 and 16. So Behrman's going to get the slipstream, as there is a black and white flag for the 2-1-3 of Santeri Laitinen from Finland. Timer now has expired. Just over a lap and a half remains as Thomas Behrman gets very close towards the back of Kasper Schürmann through turn number 5. Over the crest of the hill is a little bit further back. Armand Hamilton battling away with Cameron Nelson. That's for 7th position as the leaders make their way down the hill for the penultimate time. So through turn 12 go the top 6. Now make that just over the top 10. We'll have one more lap to go, and Kasper Schürmann will see that one first, but Thomas Behrman looks even closer in the braking zone through turn 16. 1,580 metres now remain when they cross the start-finish line for the final lap. Gap between them, 0.187. Behrman is getting closer as they go through turns 1 and 2 for the last time. Behrman is going to go towards, sweeps to the outside, through into turn 5, then tries to keep Schürmann guessing, trying to see if he can get the door open through turn 8, and then over the crest of the hill, down it for one more time. Less than a kart length between them into the braking zone for the next double left. Behrman's now going to put it all on the line. Schürmann goes defensive. Behrman stays to the outside through turn 12. Behrman's last chance is probably going to be turn 16, which is coming up very, very shortly. If he can get the run of momentum that he needs and goes a bit late on the brakes. He does so. 2 more corners remain. It could be a run to the line coming out of the final corner. Behrman is going to punch it, but it's Schürmann that starts celebrating. He becomes the Winter Cup champion for Junior Rotax in 2023. Last year, it was Ethan Jeff Hall. This year, Kasper Schürmann, who gets the thumbs up sign from Thomas Behrman, and the celebration starts now. Thumbs up to Boris Maximov. It was going to come down to the wire, but Kasper Schürmann has done it. Last year went over to Langkawi in Malaysia, won the Asia Festival, and has come here to Karting Campillos in the middle of February, and now punches his ticket to the Euro Trophy for 2023. And I know there's going to be some celebrations in the Schürmann's family camp, but also with JJ Racing, with Jeffrey and the team. Well deserved, well played. Thomas Behrman and Sebastian Mims will round out your provisional podium, both representing the United Kingdom. Tees van Wijk, Nikita Nikishov. What an impressive performance in the final from Great Britain's Jack West, finishing in 7th, ahead of Thomas Ingram Hill, Max Cuthbert, Alvaro Jimenez. Then we've also got Alberto Kiko Fracassi, Noah Janssen, Oliver Sander, Cameron Nelson. Julian Kovacevic from Germany rounds out the top 15. Then we've got Armand Hamilton, Rasmus Koskinen, Santeri Laitinen started last, finished 18th, ahead of Olivier Jonkers and Charlie Neve. Thomas Rudokas, Timo Jungling, Kiran Bartenstein, Domi Kakkonen, Sebastian Koch, Jimmy Kokalainen, Tom Stele, Vittiveinen, and then we've also got Santiago Medina, Oliver Kerg, Timothy Vladimirov from the Ukraine, Jol Kaspar Joipera, Marius Karsiaukas, and unfortunately we lost a couple of drivers in the form of Nemanja Jovanovic on lap 2 and Aryaman Bansal from India on lap number 4. If we thought minis were going to be close, so was going to be the Junior Rotax final here at the Winter Cup in Karting Campillos. As the drivers went on their way, we found that the drivers would get up to full racing speed early doors. When the lights went out, they got underway. Sebastian Mins and Thomas Behrman seized the early advantage as Kasper Schürmanns ran a little bit wide coming out of turn number 1, allowing Boris Maximov to get through. Then Thomas Behrmann took the initiative and got through on teammate Mins to take the lead through turn 12. But then Kasper Schürmanns started his move forward and got through on Sebastian Mins at turn number 16. Behrmann would hold on for multiple times, including a little tussle between the pair, with the 259 still able to keep a hold of the lead, with Boris Maximov also getting through on Sebastian Mins at the same time as Kasper Schürmanns. Mins would then respond through turn 12, whilst Nikita Nikishov lost a bit of momentum in the meantime. But then Kasper Schürmanns would retake the lead off of Thomas Behrmann through turn number 12. And then it was an even-Steven battle between the pair as Sebastian Mins tried to close. Sideways was the Spaniard, as Nikita Nikishov nearly found it a three-way battle between him and the 246 of Thijs van Wijk. More overtakes were happening down the lower part of the junior ranks, and there was the incident between Raymond Bansal and somebody else, with Nemanja Jovanovic also retiring a couple of laps earlier. Then this concertina effect saw the likes of Thijs van Wijk, Alvaro Jimenez being able to get past Thomas Ingram Hill, but the Brit was able to stay on the racing line. More tussles between the two leaders as they were side pod to side pod, with a robust manoeuvre from Thomas Behrmann taking the lead off of Schürmanns, who later responded with a clean pass up the inside of the turn 12 hairpin. But it was joy, delight and jubilation as Kasper Schürmanns took the final, and with it, the Winter Cup crown. And now it's time for our penultimate final of the 2023 Rotax Max Challenge Euro Winter Cup. It's the Senior Rotax Final. Let's have a look at your starting grid. On pole position, it will be Matthew Higgins, and alongside him, representing Hungary, will be Zsombor Kovács. Kai Hilletz and Austin Lee will be alongside each other on row number 2, with Archie Walker and Ethan Jeff Hall rounding out the top 3 rows. Completing the top 10, it's Colin Vajny, Vic Stevens, Gustav Zusakovs and Petra Babičková. Lewis Gilbert and Janis Diak will be on row 6, ahead of Tommy van der Sloys, Matti Sturlo, Camille McFarlane, Jod van Wyk, Alberto Hurtado, Tobias Clausen, Ollie Stevens and Angus Scrivener rounding out the top 20. Completing the 36-strong grid will be Sverre Ubben, William Christensen, Jules Roussel, Hugo Latorre Vega, David Outlechner, Henry Beaumont, Jens Christensen, Laurent Legault, Nevio Fischer, Montego Masson, Dion van Verven, Miska Kaskinen, Marcel Lecrie, Paul Hamburg, Devian Horst and Kai Hunter due to start 36th. So, Daan van der Winkel cheering on for Kai Hilletz starting third. Caden McQueen again back in the chat. Glad to see you're enjoying some karting as always. Want to know when you're next out, so I'll have to watch and give you some support, Caden. Islam Pacheco wishing Petra Babičková, who will be starting on the outside of row number 5, the very best of luck. And Victor Volson giving a shout out, I think, to Jens Christensen in the 327, starting in 27th position. So let's see if the Dane can make some progress through the field. So the drivers will now get into their formation. Looks like we have gone underway. The timer has started counting down. As Higgins leads the field through into turns 1 and 2. Hilletz was looking up the inside through on Kovács. As now they head into turn 5, it's 2 abreast. As Archie Walker trying to make his way up from 6th position. As Ethan Jeff Hall has made his way up into 5th place as they go down the corkscrew for the first time of asking. And Higgins already on the defensive. Kovács is trying to put the pressure on. Hilletz is trying to make something special happen. And now Hilletz up the inside. Great move using the curbing as well from Hilletz to take second from Zsombor Kovács. And look at the train, folks. That is pretty much the majority of the field. I think at least 20 carts were line astern. Now, here we go. Hilletz trying to put the pressure on Higgins. As up through into third goes Austin Lee on Zsombor Kovács. The 372 now factoring in to the sharper end of the field. And he's also got through on Ethan Jeff Hall, who's now up into 4th. Kovács down to 5th place, ahead of Archie Walker in the 391. Gustav Zusakovs and Lewis Gilbert now 8th and 7th respectively. Zusakovs trying to fend off the advances. Looks to be Janis Diak in the 339, as now we could have a change for the lead. We will have a change for the lead, and it looks like there's going to be a change once again. First and second now go to Kai Hilletz and Austin Lee. Matthew Higgins finds himself in 3rd position, and right behind him is Ethan Jeff Hall. Lewis Gilbert now trying to get onto attack terms to try and get past Archie Walker, who still resolves himself by holding on to 6th place. A lot better than the final last year for the 391 based out of Billericay. And now Walker looking for the move up the inside of Kovac to try and get fifth. And now that's going to open the door for Lewis Gilbert. Or is it? No, Gilbert did not get through. Walker shut the door. .11 minutes and 20 seconds. And Gilbert is at the front of the field. New team, new motivation for 2023 for the 16-year-old from Tremelo in Belgium. Oh, drama down the middle straight, especially for the 344. Sverre Ubben from GKS was sideways and on the grass. And now further changes happening because Tommy van der Stroys, the 311 from the Netherlands, trying to battle away with Janis Diak. And that's the battle for P8. Up the hill once again, Gilberts continues to lead. Gap between him and Austin Lee is just over 0.3 of a second. So through into turn 12 once again, this time on lap number 4. 4 minutes down, 10 to go, plus an additional lap. A little bit further back, Miska Kaskinen has just made up another position. Devian Ross looks to be out of the race already. Kai Hunter is storming his way through the field. The Brit who started 36th, now up 12 positions, and we're not even 5 minutes into the race. Walker now going side by side with Kovac and gets through. That's a change for what is now 4th position. Matthew Higgins finds himself down in 7th. Oh, sideways for Janis Diak. There might have been a slight assistance from Tommy van der Stroys in 9th place. Great kart control from Janis Diak. I think getting himself ready for the Porsche Carrera Cup Deutschland season. And also, I think he said, well, when I spoke to him this morning, he said, yeah, I'm racing at I'm going to Barcelona very shortly. There's now a change for 4th place as Kovac neatly gets through on Archie Walker for 4th position through turn 12. Gilberts is starting to pull a gap. It was just over 0.3. It was just over 3.5 the previous lap. Let's see if he's done it again. He has. Nearly a 10th extended. Colin Vajny at the moment, who's 11th ahead of Petra Babičková, now sets the fastest lap. 1 minute 3.318. With the 366 these days, based out of Bristol in the United Kingdom. As again, Janis Diak just bumping over the curbs whilst trying to battle away with Matthew Higgins. So still plenty of this race to go, but the top 3 have sprinted away into the distance. They were covered by they were covered by just over a second after 5 laps. Are about to complete lap number 6 of the race, and Gilberts continues to lead the way. Some battling happening between the likes of the 364 of Alberto Hurtado and Angus Scrivener. Scrivener, one of the people that managed to get through in the second chance heat, but the highest placed driver with regards to that looks to be Gustav Usakovs. And now we've got the likes of Matis Turlo embroiled in a battle. And Kai Hunter has got himself up into at least 19th position. I bet your bottom dollar he's going to be up in the top 15 at the very least, come the checkered flag. And now David Outlechner sets the fastest lap of the race. 1 minute 3.220 for the 365 from Strawberry Racing. So 35 drivers still circulating at this moment. Rounded out by the likes of Paul Hamburg in 33rd. 34th, Sverre Ubben from Belgium. And William Christensen. As we've got a yellow going up the hill. As someone was running a little bit slowly, I spotted. Just a second ago. Well, there is Kai Hunter. Now currently sitting in 17th. He's about 8.9 seconds behind Camille McFarlane. Right, okay, incoming penalty for the number 345. Well, that's Devin Ross, who's out of the race nevertheless. So whether that was for possible jump start causing a collision or all four wheels out of the tram lines, I'll wait to have that ratified by by timekeeping very shortly. Rillertz comfortably doing the job at hand. Ethan Jeff Hall is getting ever closer. It's a new teammate for 2023, Austin Lee. He has been racing in the United Kingdom earlier on this year, most notably at Paul Fletcher International. We'll be heading to for the final round out of 4 for the Rotax Max Euro Trophy for 2023. 8th to the 10th of September for that round. And Angus Scriven is right in the middle of a scrap right now because he's got the likes of David Outlechner, who's just gone round the outside. That was an impressive move. David Outlechner round the outside of Matthias Turlo through turn number 13 and through turn 16. He dive bombs up the inside to take the position away from Angus Scrivener, which is for round about 17th or 18th place. Lewis Gilbert and Archie Walker continuing to battle over what is 5th place on the road. As we've now had 10 minutes of the 14 minutes elapse. Willett starting to slightly pull away. And he put in a 1 minute 3.470, over a tenth and a half quicker than the driver behind, Austin Lee. The 1 minute 3.630. Ethan Jeff Hall running in the 103.5s. Yeah, Fearsome asking what happened to Kai Hunter. Unfortunately, Kai was involved in an incident in the opening, in the pre-final earlier on, which put him to the back of the grid. So he's had to fight his way back through the order. Still very close indeed for second and third position between Austin Lee and Ethan Jeff Hall. Coming towards the tail end of this race, as we see Petra Babičková ahead of Tobias Clausen, and there is a slow running and probably in some discomfort looks to be Nevio Fischer. I think might have been clutching the right shoulder so slightly there. So the number 336. He was running 29th. Gap still stabilising at around about 6 and a bit tenths of a second in the favour of the 374 of Belgium's Kai Rillertz. Zsombor Kovac in the meantime is caught up with Austin Lee and Ethan Jeff Hall, so the Hungarian could be in the mix with a couple of minutes remaining on the clock. So Jules Roussel has got past Miska Kaskinen for 22nd. Ollie Stevens now hits the top 20, getting past Laurent Legault from Canada. Tobias Clausen now has got past Petra Babichkova for 11th position. There may be some further changes up and down the order over the course of the next minute and a quarter, plus additional lap as the field makes its way down the long back straightaway. And I've just spotted Kai Hunter is one position away from one of the best comeback drives this weekend. He was stone dead last, and he's not that far behind the driver in front of him, Gustav Zusakovs, who also has fought his way through to the pre-final and the final. Made it through as the last driver to qualify through the second chance heat this morning at 10:40 a.m. But with Gilets now pretty much unassailable at this point, it's down to what happens for the remainder of the podium, because Austin Lee holds second, Ethan Jeff Hall holds third, Zombor Kovac now goes for it through turn 17 and now takes third away from Ethan Jeff Hall to Zombor Kovac. And what he needs to be doing with 2 laps to go is not doing that, because Ethan Jeff Hall is not going to give in to that one. He's not going to pay any attention to what Zombor Kovac was saying, which was effectively saying, come on, right, let's move forward. Timer has expired. This and another lap to go. And Ethan Jeff Hall is not finished battling Zombor Kovac quite yet. Wants to get an overall top 3 in this event. Knew it was going to be harder this season as a senior while still running as a junior over in the United Kingdom. But he's made the transition, just like Austin Lee has. They've both jumped up from juniors to seniors for 2023, and they have shown they have got pace. But now, out of the final corner, it's the last lap board that's seen first by Kai Gilets as it's side by side for third place. Echoes of Mansell v Senna in the 90s. But Ethan Jeff Hall gets through for third on Zombor Kovac. They were wheel to wheel, millimetres, maybe even a couple of centimetres apart, but they still gave each other enough racing room and respect. Lewis Gilbert is now waiting in the wings. Look how close the Pride of Scotland has gotten to him over the last few laps. And now we've got a couple more time penalties coming through. 336 and 345 have been given a 5-second time penalty for causing a collision. But now we focus the driver at the head of the field, who now moves in to turn number 16 for the final time here on lap 15. Last year, it was somebody else. It was Callum Bradshaw. This year, the Winter Cup goes to Kai Gilets. New team, and straight out of the gate, the 374, the 16-year-old from Tremelo in Belgium, wins the Winter Cup. And great respect from 2 former teammates. Consider this, both of them were last year at JJ Racing. Kai Gilets has had a very, very busy week. He was testing Porsches on Thursday, back here for Friday, early wake-up call. And this is what it means to him. Absolutely jubilant. And that means he punches his ticket to go for a title he was so close to winning last year. So Kai Gilets wins the Winter Cup in Senior Rotax ahead of your 2 runners-up. Second, it was Austin Lee. Third, it was last year's Junior Winter Cup champion and Euro Trophy champion, Ethan Jeff Hall. Zombor Kovac and Lewis Gilbert make it 3 drivers from Kraft Motorsport in the top 5 overall. Well done to Tommy van der Stroys in 6, ahead of Janis Diak. Archie Walker, Matthew Higgins and Colin Vashni round out the top 10. Tobias Clausen, Vic Stevens, Petra Babichkova, Camila McFarlane and Gustav Zusakovs round out the top 15. Kai Hunter, back from stone dead last, made up 20 positions to finish 16th ahead of David Outlechner. Ollie Stevens, Angus Scrivener and Jules Roussel Mathis Turlo, Laurent Legault, Dion van Verven, Montego Masson, Hugo Latorre, Vega, William Christensen, Alberto Hurtado, Henry Beaumont, Jens Christensen, Sverre Ubben, Marcelo Cui, Jot van Wijk, Paul Hamburg, Nevio Fischer. We lost Miska Kaskinen with 3 laps to go, and Devin Ross did not even make it past lap 1. So the visors were down, the drivers were focused and primed for a pivotal moment this weekend, the Senior Rotax Final. We got under starters' orders under the windy sunshine here in Andalusia as the revs on the Rotax Max engines rose and we got underway. Matthew Higgins would lead the field into turn 1 as Kai Gillet's trying to make an early move on teammate Zombor Kovac to get through. But this move through very later on that lap meant that Kai Gillet's would get past Zombor Kovac and get up into second position. Gillet's would then go on to take the lead from Matthew Higgins, with Austin Lee also getting through on his Strawberry Racing teammates. A little bit later on, Ethan Jeff Hall then made it through to get past Matthew Higgins, as Zombor Kovac would again try to get through on the 375. Archie Walker would also battle hard, but not being at the sharper end of the grid, battling for the latter part of the top top 10. Janis Diak would also give his bit of flair over the course of the race, with Gilbert and Walker battling away. Then dramas for Nevio Fischer in the 336, having to retire, looking to be in some form of discomfort. Ethan Jeff Hall would then have a great race and battle hard against Zombor Kovac, with both of them trying to get through and do one up on the other. But Kai Gillet's becomes your 2023 Senior Rotax Winter Cup champion here at Karting Campillos. And a very big hello to Roger Young from Chinese Taipei in the island of Taiwan. We were hoping to have Roger here with us, but he injured his ribs a little bit earlier, not too long after the Rotax Max Challenge Grand Finals in Portimao. Yeah, very, very sorry for Nicolas Picot. Of course, having drama with Gregorio Bertocco, but you are cheering on Michael Rossina, so I know which fan club you're a part of. Of course, for those wondering, what are the prizes for the winners of each respective classes? Well, for Junior, Senior, DD2 and DD2 Masters, the winner of each class will be attending all 4 rounds of this year's Euro Trophy. The Minimax drivers will go to 3 rounds of this season, so Genk, Marienborg and Paul Fletcher International. We'll also be giving away tickets to the International Trophy in the last weekend of July and some part season entries for this year's Euro Trophy. Fearsome asking, what tyre brand do they use? Mojo is the brand of choice for Rotax, with each of the drivers having a allocated amount, normally 2 racing sets of tyres per weekend. And they have to be scanned from the second free practice session on Friday, which normally has time qualifying later on during the day. So in this field, we do also have our defending Winter Cup champions for both DD2 and DD2 Masters. Last year, Martin van Leeuwen took the DD2 crown. Reese Hunter, now a team boss for Hunter Motorsport with Venator Racing Engines, Venator being the Latin for Hunter. Ragnar Veres, I know, has been watching, missing out on this year. We miss you as well, buddy. Get your backside soon to a Euro Trophy or B&L Karting Series event. Look forward to catching up with you then. Martina Stankiewicz took the DD2 Masters crown last year ahead of Jonathan Wimor, with Bruno dos Santos rounding out the overall top three. And there is Teresa Babišková. She has won every single race and also put it on pole position in time qualifying. Directly behind her is the man that was part of the closest ever Rotax Max Challenge Grand Finals finish in history, which went down to the fastest lap of the race. That driver, Axel Sarniala. And you know what they say? You might go elsewhere in racing, but karting remains eternal. That very much is true with David Perel from South Africa. Himself has raced at Le Mans, has raced in the European Le Mans Series, and with a multitude of teams, including Kessel, Rinaldi, and a whole host of others, most recently including Spirit of Race. It's good to have him back in his first competitive outing in karting for over 10 years. But looking back at the pre-final, one of the drivers that really stood out was Sarniala. He was pushing like crazy and managed to get himself up into the top three. Michael Rosina is a driver also not to be discounted in the DD2 field. But then you also have to look at the youngsters that have jumped up to DD2 this year. The likes of Enzo Boll and Tom Bracken have showcased they can race with the big boys. The engines now fire up for one final time, one last hurrah. Here it is, your final race of the 2023 Rotax Max Challenge Euro Winter Cup. It's the final for DD2 and DD2 Masters. Here is your starting grid. So on the front row, Teresa Babičková and Patrick Snolls Lokmelis. Row 2, Axel Sarniala and Martin van Leeuwen. Michael Rosina and Emils Akmans, row 3. Enzo Bol and Maxim Dirix, row 4. Maxim Sechurko and Finn Stiak, row number 5. Row 6, it's Tom Bracken and Leonardo Baccaglini, with Gregorio Bertocco and Kylian Gerhardt rounding out row 7. Row 8, it's Jules Cousin and the pole sitter for DD2 Masters, Martina Stankiewicz, last year's Winter Cup champion. No Daniel Carmona I've seen on the grid in 17th, due to be alongside Jonathan Wimore, who will be in 18th position. David Perel will start 19th. I did see Sebastian Schuh's cart being pulled off. He was due to start 20th. Row 11, Jamie Smith and Nicolas Guillaume. Tino Egeskov and Christophe Capitan, row 12. Raul Vargas in 25th, 26th due to be Andreas Neumann, but no cart was on the grid before they went away. Jere Kokalainen on 27th, 28th due to be Alejandro Barambillo, but no cart present. Antonio Teixeira and Nicola Picot rounding out the 30-strong grid. No Lawrence Seyfried, having been sidelined as a result of the incident in Heat 3 yesterday. So the drivers now making their way towards turns 17 and 18, now starting to bunch up. Drivers will be in the holding pen at the dummy grid and then will be released once the start has gotten going. So it's Teresa Babičková and Patrick Snolls Lokmelis on the front row, both running BRL ARTs. Revs rise, the DD2 and Masters Final gets going. We are lights out and underway. Another good start by Babičková as textbook. Axel Sarniala looking to get through for second, but has to resort to staying in third ahead of Martin van Leeuwen. But now Lokmelis up the inside through turn 5 on Babičková to now take the lead on the opening lap. So through they go across the top of the hill, side by side for around about 6th or 7th, well, for 7th position. And someone made that stick very nicely. Down into turn 12 for the opening time of this race. Lokmelis leads the way. Babičková second, third Sarniala, fourth Van Leeuwen from the Netherlands. As they're all jockeying for position once again, but Babičková will have the run coming out of the final corner. Pulls to the right-hand side as the 406 from the Czech Republic and gets through on Lokmelis. Sarniala still holding on to that third position. And now Van Leeuwen centred up the inside of the fin through turn number 5, and I think has gotten through. Yes, has gotten through. So at this moment, Teresa Babičková still now back in the lead, having retaken that position from Patrick Snolls Lokmelis. The field now making its way through onto the back straight. But Axel Sarniala definitely trying to keep Martin van Leeuwen very, very honest in the battle for third position as they hurtle across the line once again. 11 minutes and 50 still to go. So Sarniala fourth, Rosina, Akmans, Enzo Bol, Maxim Sicherko, Maxim Dirix, and also Leonardo Baccaglini rounding out the top 10. So all 30 drivers that were due to start, 4 of which were Carmona, Schun, Neumann and Barambillo, did start from the pit lane. And at the moment, well, Nicolas Picot, right, within 2 laps has gotten through and taken the class lead in DD2 Masters, having started from the back end of the grid. So at the moment, in terms of the top 3 to 4, well, top 5 in DD2 Masters, Nicolas Picot in the lead of it in 15th position. Tankovic is just behind him in 16th. And down to 20th is Jonathan Wimmer, runner-up last year. Christophe Capitan and David Perel, 22nd and 23rd respectively, ran out the top 5. Asani Ola back past Martin van Leeuwen from the Netherlands for P3. 10.5 minutes still to go in this final race of the 2023 Rotax Max Challenge Euro Winter Cup here at Karting Campillos. Saniola managing to break away from Van Leeuwen, and now we'll start hunting down those in front. Just over 10 minutes still to go. Some battling a little bit further back, as in between Enzo Bol and Tom Bracken is Maxim Dirix. The 405 from Belgium with the most recognisable Art Deco race helmet I've ever seen on a driver in my entire life, which even has the coat of arms of Porsche on the front just below the visor. And that is the battle for 8th position. Saniola has been pushing quite hard to the point where he's just under the 1 minute 2.4s, 1 minute 2.396 on the conclusion of lap 4, which means he's honing in on Patrick Snols-Lockmellis just up ahead. The 418 representing Latvia with the MRG Racing squad. And now great move up the inside of turn 17 by Maxim Dirix on Enzo Bol to take the position. That promotes him up to 8th place as Enzo Bol drops to 9th. And just behind him and Tom Bracken, there's Kilian Gerhardt from RN Concept, the team run by Morgan Riesch. And Riesch now sends it up the inside. Well, it was quite a good move there from Jules Cousin and Kilian Gerhardt up the inside of Tom Bracken. And that nearly caught out Leonardo Baccaglini in the process, who's got, looks to be Finn Stiak in the 439, which is the case. The elder brother of Janis Stiak, who was in action just a few moments ago in the Senior Rotax Final. But with the top 3 running in the mid-102s, they are starting to build a gap over Martin van Leeuwen, who is down in 4th position. In the second heat yesterday, Van Leeuwen did have a little bit of strife and ended up a little bit further down than he would have liked to have been, more than likely towards the bottom part of the top 10. Up the hill once more, 30 seconds until we hit the halfway point of this race. And in the meantime, there has been a development in the DD2 Masters class, because now Martinas Stankovičius is leading and is currently 15th position. Nicolas Picot has dropped down to 20th position. So the pre-final was a pretty bad time for Nicolas Picot. But he still has an opportunity with half of the race still remaining, plus an additional lap, to get back and close on in. And now Lockmellis again trying to go through on the lead. There it goes. It happens again, this time through turn 17. Lokmelis on Babichkova. And now here comes Saniala. Three-way scrap from the lead. Game on. Hedge your bets, folks, because I can't predict a winner out of either of these three. But a great dive up the inside. Clean as silk from Patrick Snolls Lokmelis to get through on Teresa Babichkova for the race lead. The top three were covered by just over a tenth and a half after the completion of lap 7. Now Saniala looking for an opportunity. Babichkova keeps it pinned on the racing line. Goes defensive into turn 16. And now Saniala does exactly the same on the very next lap. Through goes the Finn to take second position away from the 406 from the Czech Republic. Now these two have got to start working together, because if Patrick Snolls Lokmelis gets any further away, their chance of becoming the Winter Cup champion for 2023 will fade into obscurity. But sometimes this may be part of the strategy. You only have a limited amount of tyres, and sometimes you have to hold a little bit back in reserve. And there is, Emils Akmans is out, I'm afraid. He was doing so well. That was a real shame for the 454 from Latvia for MKC Motorsport. 4.5 minutes still to go. Martinas Stankovic now into 14th past Jamie Smith, still holding on to that class lead. Now make that 13th with Emil Zachman's sudden retirement. Just under 4 minutes to go. Don't think the story's quite over yet, folks. Things are heating up a little bit behind the top 4 drivers as there is a battle for 5th place. Michael Rosina and Maxim Sechurko are not that far from each other. Maxim Dirix is closing in on them, however. Top 3 covered by 9/10 after 11 minutes of racing. But Saniala is trying to push. He was over 0.2 of a second quicker than the race leader. And Axel Saniala is right with Patrick Snolls Lokmelis going through into turn 17. Out of the final corner, the Finn based out of Espoo will go for the race lead. Will he fire it up the inside through turn 1? He thinks better of it at this juncture. But Saniala was a lot deeper on the brakes going into that final right-hand hairpin. Just under 120 seconds, plus an additional lap of racing remain in the 2023 Rotax Max Challenge Euro Winter Cup, as Saniala is bidding for the title. of Winter Cup champion. Lochmelis is about 4 to 6 kart lengths in front as they hurtle their way down to turn number 16 once again. Deep on the brakes goes Saniala. Not close enough to effect a move, but can he get the drag coming out of the final corner? He's 2 to 3 kart lengths behind. Gap between first and second was just under 2/10. And now Saniala once again going up the hill, looking to be a bit more on poise. Plus he's also got the added benefit of the slipstream. And once these two start battling, you can bet your bottom dollar that Teresa Babičková will be closing in on them as a direct result. If they start fighting with just over 60 seconds plus an additional lap to go, she will be in the mix, so will Martin van Leeuwen from the Netherlands. Down the mid part of the straightaway, through into turn 12. So once we cross the finish line in just a couple of moments, we'll be on to lap number 14 out of 15, so we'll have 2 to go. Still very close between the top two, with 22 seconds across as they come across the line, less than 2/10. Saniala needs to really find another gear and get on with the business at hand. Timer now expires. The penultimate lap of the Winter Cup is very much underway. So we've got just over 2 kilometers of racing left to go. Saniala needs to now put it all on the line. And he got very late on the brakes through turn number 12 into 13. Lochmelis has been precise. Now Saniala gets very close again, under brakes, through turn 16, sweeps wide into 17. What's he going to try coming out of the final corner? Last lap board of the weekend is on. Axel Saniala pulls to the outside of Lochmelis as they hurtle into turn number 1. Saniala trying to get the undercut, doesn't quite make it work. Now sweeps to the outside through turn 5. Can he get underneath the Latvian and try and get himself a little bit of space going through into turn 7? Not quite. Still a couple more opportunities for the Finn Axel Saniala to get through. And that in turn, as I said, is going to bring Teresa Babičková back through into this. But she might be a bit too far away for anything to transpire unless something happens in between the two leaders. Turn 13, now 14. 4 more corners remain. Down the back straight. Slight right kink into 15, now into 16. Saniala has got to go for a drag race to the line. Through the penultimate corner. 1 more corner remains. Out of the final turn. Patrick Snows Lochmelis takes the DD2 crown, and we wait for DD2 Masters. And it's 2 in a row for Martinas Stankevičius from Lithuania. A second Winter Cup crown provisionally in the pocket for the 5:33. But there is your new Rotax Winter Cup DD2 champion. Take a bow, Patrick Snows Lochmelis. That was beautifully done. So Lochmelis takes the win by just over 2/10 of a second ahead of runner-up Axel Saniala, who gave as good as he got all the way through until when he got up into second position. Teresa Babičková did a credible job to still finish in 3rd place, ahead of outgoing Winter Cup champion Martin van Leeuwen. Maxim Sečerko takes 5th for Lithuania, ahead of Maxim Dedix, Michael Racina, Enzo Boll, Kilian Gerhard, and Italy's Leonardo Baccaglini rounding out the top 10. Finn Stiak, Tom Bracken, and DD2 Masters Winter Cup champion for a 2nd year in a row, Martina Stankevičius, Jamie Smith, Nicolas Guillaume, Jules Cousin, Tino Egeskov, Gregorio Bertocco. Nicola Picot is the runner-up this year, ahead of third-place driver, runner-up last season in the DD2 Masters class, Jonathan Wimo. Christophe Capitan, Raul Vargas, Daniel Carmona, David Perel, Jericho Kalainen, Sebastian Schu, Antonio Teixeira, Alejandro Barambillo, Andreas Neumann rounding out the 29 that finished the race, with Emils Akmans unfortunately retiring with disappointment on lap 8. The final calm before the storm as the final race was set to get underway for the 2023 Rotax Max Challenge Euro Winter Cup. Teresa Babičková had been the dominant force in DD2 all weekend long. All smiles behind the race helmet before the visor went down, as Axel Sarniala would be one of the big opponents for her this weekend in the final. The drivers would go into the tram lines, the Rotax engines would roar into life, and we would be lights out and underway ahead of 14 minutes, plus an additional lap of racing. With Babičková initially taking the advantage, Axel Sarniala attempted to get through past Loch Melis for second position, but would have to remain in third, as Martin van Leeuwen made sure he was in fourth place. A change of lead between Loch Melis and Babičková happened on a number of occasions during the race, especially going into a couple of corners, most notably turn 5 and also the first turn. Maxime Dirix was also showing his dance moves in the DD2 class, and so was the 444 of RM Concepts, Kylian Guerrin. But then there was this attempt from Patrick Snolls-Loch Melis up the inside of Teresa Babičková through turn 17, whilst Axel Sarniala was hunting the pair down, as the Latvian would then take the lead. Later on, Sarniala would then pull the same move on Babičková at turn 17 and then go hunting after Loch Melis. Emils Akmans from Latvia was disappointed beyond recognition as his 454 chassis decided to conk out at the top part of the circuit. But at the end of it all being said, Patrick Snolls-Loch Melis would go into battle with Axel Sarniala, with Sarniala hunting down the 418 from Latvia, giving it his all, but Loch Melis emerged triumphant as the new 2023 DD2 Winter Cup champion, and with that, Martinas Stankiewicz took the Winter Cup crown for DD2 Masters for the second year in succession. So that is it for the 2023 Rotax Max Challenge Euro Winter Cup here at the Circuito Karting Campillos. Over the course of the last 2 days, we have had some fantastic racing action. We had a second chance heat and 8 finals today and 22 heats yesterday. Firstly, a few thank yous. Most notably, we have to say a very big thank you to BRP Rotax Strategic Marketing's very own Lisa Hushak, who on Friday has now left the company, and we wish her all the very best on our future endeavours. I'd also like to thank the team here, led by Martin Roivers at Karting Campillos, the staff in the Pit Stop Cafe, everyone behind the scenes, organisation, timekeeping, race control, scrutineering, all the teams, all the drivers, the medical crews on site, the marshals, and everyone that has made this event happen. In just 2 months' time, the 2023 Rotax Max Challenge Euro Trophy season gets underway in the mid-part of April at the home of champions, Karting Genk at Belgium. Thank you for those that have been watching over the course of the weekend, and we'll look forward to seeing you in a couple of months' time. Until then, enjoy the rest of your Sunday afternoon, and we'll see you in April when the season gets underway for 2023 as the road to Bahrain gets going. Thanks for watching. Goodbye.